All right. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? I was thinking we could maybe have fun with some planes in KSP today because because of Oshkosh going on. Just talking about planes so much, just kind of got the hankering to do it. What's up with you guys? How's everybody doing? Doing well? NASCAR racing at a Navy base in San Diego next year. NASCAR is racing on the naval base in San Diego next year. Did you see Cleater's vid? No, dude, my morning routine's all screwed up because yeah, I had some stuff I had to do this morning. I got some things that I had to deal with this morning. So my schedule's all screwed up. I promo vid is posted in Discord Cars and Motorsports. I gotta find the dang channel. I always have to do that. Cars and Motorsports. All right, well, that's loading up. Location. Ah, yes. Naval base. Yes. I'm aware of this. Oh, naval base coordinate. Where's the sound? There we go. All right.
Base, not a playground.
Sir, have a look.
So
Yep.
you think you got what it takes to fly with the Navy?
Yes, sir.
That yeah, can't listen to that. Uh, do we have music?
Show honor, courage, and commitment. You boys think you know speed? You haven't felt real speed.
I'm playing freaking music.
They're gonna flip you, twist you. When you think you've reached your limit, they're gonna punch a hole in the sky and drag you with them.
Hey, Clyde, you gonna do stuff with that pilot shit? Can't be any worse than you're driving. Sick bird, Peaches.
Speaking of sick,
The Bernard Carpenter's not gonna like that. Hey, boys, if there's a need, I feel the need. Seriously, guys. Need for speed.
This is NASCAR street course, and that is the Navy security force. You make it to the finish line without getting caught, you have my respect.
Look at this turn right
we need
here.
to split up.
Let's just steal one of these f***ing helicopters over here.
Dude, we're so done.
We're screwed.
Thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Why did we not bring SCG?
Guys, we got an idea.
Lights on. You think we can outrun them? It ain't the car, it's the driver.
Nice car. What are you doing with a Land Cruiser? On. Oh, it's you know what? You know why they got that there? It's probably because that handles about as good as the current gen car. Yeah. Probably the reason. It's gonna demonetize, man. Just, we gotta watch it muted. Are your ears better? Yeah, yeah, I'm all right, Peter. Thank you. Thank you for asking. What? 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 Let me see that track. Who? I. I what? The Enduro logo up there. Yeah. Uh, okay, about that. About what is happening? What is going? Like, how are people gonna watch this race? You're gonna let 150,000 fans onto Coronado? I mean, that's kind of cool. I like the Super Hornet part. It very much seems like they're using the same camera rigging setup as Top Gun Maverick. I think that, you know what? Those planes were out of Coronado. Those are probably the same planes, dude. Probably the same ones that they use for Maverick. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, FA-18s. Interesting. Those aren't Super Hornets. Those are just regular, yeah, they're regular FA-18s. Interesting. That's a Super Hornet right there. The square intake is the dead giveaway. I don't know how to feel about this. That's the square hole. The intake is the square hole. Did you see the Battlefield 6 trailer will be released tomorrow? No, I didn't, Enzo. Battlefield still exists? Question. Like, I don't. I mean, that's kind of neat. The trailer was kind of cringe, but you know. So Coronado's down here. It is a gigantic U.S. Navy base. It's the biggest. I think this is the biggest base on the East Coast or the West Coast. Biggest Navy base on the West Coast. Coronado has a lot of Navy stuff. Especially like you go down here. There's a lot of stuff. See all the stuff? Look at all the stuff and things. Ah, ship graveyard. Very nice. Dude, I still can't believe that thing's made out of aluminum. Who thought that was a good idea? Who? I understand the littoral and like close shore operations. Bro, jet skis are littoral ships. That doesn't make them good combat ships, okay? A freaking Sea-Doo is like, why would you do that? Yeah, you guys heard that right. These trimaran ships, they're made out of aluminum. The whole hull is aluminum. In salt water. Someone thought that was a good idea. For the same reason as the mosquito. Do not, Tessa, do not conflate the awesomeness that is the de Havilland mosquito with that hunk of junk. That is not the same. They are not made for the same reasons, okay? The mosquito is S tier. That thing is a pile. It's a pile. You made ships out of aluminum. What were you thinking? Who thought that was a good idea? Anyway, so the track seems to be over here. It's going to go down here. Here, let's see. So it seems to go over here like this. And then around here like that. And it goes over here like this. Up here. And where does it go from there? Let me take a look. See the track. Where's the track? Not a fastback, but still a nice car. I'll take it. I take it. I'll take two. Okay. Nope. Hit the wrong button. So the track goes over here like this, follows this road, and then it goes out on the ramp? Question? Okay, it does. It goes out on the ramp. All right, so it goes here like this, and then it looks like it follows the taxi, well, the taxi line, so to speak. And then has a little chicane right here, and then goes over here like this. And then takes a big lefter. That's Kerbal. Over there. All right. It goes across the helicopter pad. Okay. And this way. That's going to be bumpy. It's going to be freaking like Sebring, dude. That is going to be bumpy. And then it goes this way. It goes here. And then you got a little left-right complex right there. Where's that at? Left-right is after the ramp. So down here. Or is it right-left? I don't know. Goes down there, and you got kind of a hammerhead thing going on? Question? I think that left-right might be back here. Hold up. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. goes over here like this, and then goes like that. And then it goes out onto the ramp again. Whatever this ramp is for. Okay. Here, like that. And then it crosses. Okay. Am I seeing that right? And then back to there. Huh. All right, how long is this thing? That's a big track. 3.5 miles. That's, Last. Doesn't look like it's a bad track. Should be pretty competitive. Might see some old school crashing and bashing. So where's the pit? Maybe right there? Maybe? Question? More like that. Using all that ramp space would be perfect for bleachers and stuff. Yeah, I guess. That's a lot of people to let onto the Navy base. But, yeah, I mean, I guess it shouldn't be too bad. I like these left-right complexes right here. I actually like that. That's pretty cool. The reason why this is, like, and don't get me wrong, this is a little strange. A little bit out of left field. My guess is that it's some kind of thing for the Navy's birthday. But these left-rights are going to be tough, man, on the concrete. So these plane ramps are made out of concrete, but it's made out of, see, it's all concrete. That's bumpy. That's real bumpy, if Sebring is any indicator. So that's gonna, dude, this is gonna, people are gonna crash. They're gonna crash in this complex right here. People will crash. Yeah, this is, dude, I don't mind it. I don't mind the track. That's a pretty good track. I don't hate it, that's for sure. It's pretty good, man. It's a little weird that it's on a Navy base. Like, this would be a sweet road course if it was just a road course. You know? I guess they'll do some surface treatment. No, 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 no. They shouldn't. Don't do any surface treatment, dude. Nothing. No. Race on the concrete. That would be awesome. That would be cool. It would be bumpy as hell, and it'd be really, that's really difficult to set up the suspension. What is this? NASCAR is racing at Coronado Navy Base next year, and that's the track. I mean, I'd assume that they're driving this way, that they're going to drive counterclockwise. I mean, this track doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you drive it clockwise. You know what, dudes? It's a little strange. That's a little bit of a strange course. But also at the same time, it's weird that it's on... that's not what I'm trying to say. It's weird that it's on a Navy base. That's a little strange. I mean, it's kind of cool. You know, when you guys told me about this a second ago, I was like, what? Wait a minute. What? What are you doing? But you know what? I don't mind this track. That track's pretty good. I like it. I actually like it. This should race pretty good. You got a lot of left-right complexes. So with a corner like this, right? You have a slow corner, and then you have a fast corner right after it. I like stuff like that. Dudes, like, I love my NASCAR just as much as everybody else, but I did grow up watching Top Gear. Hammerheads. Hammerhead corners are amazing for screwing with a car's suspension because you're loading up one side and then offloading and loading up the other side. Hammerheads are amazing. I love that. I love all these left-right complexes here. Think like Jeddah, the Jeddah track. That's awesome. I mean, the NASCARs ain't going like Jeddah around these corners, but that's going to really throw these freaking metal boxes around a lot of these corners. That one right there especially. That's a fast right-left complex. I like that. Yeah, I like it. I don't mind this. I love these little kink pieces that they put in the that they put on the back part of the track and what I guess sector 3. That's good, man. This is really gonna screw up some cars' suspension. Because look, you have material change. You have newer concrete, older concrete, super old concrete, and then you're on the ramp. Or the taxiway. See the taxiway right there? Taxiway is super smooth. So you have a lot of transition changes here. That's cool. That was smart of them to put those left-right complexes in. That's cool. If they crash there, do they sleep with the fishes? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's any fishes in Coronado Bay. But there might be. You know, I didn't... When you guys told me about this a second ago, I was like, what? Wait a minute. And the commercial was a little bit cringe. But this is kind of cool. I kind of like it. That's pretty neat. There's going to be a lot of broken toe links. Yeah, exactly. Dude, this right here, this back part of the track, I'll tell you right now, that is going to punish cars. I'm in. Let's go. Let's go. That's cool. I like that. The commercial was very cringe. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Do you dip your fries or pour ketchup over them? Answer wisely. What? French fries? I put gravy on French fries. I blame my close proximity to Canada for that one. And if not gravy, yeah, you guys are gonna look at me funny, but I don't care. Chocolate shake. I don't put them on the fries. You dip the fries in the chocolate shake. Trust me on this one. Trust me. It's delicious. And you could look at me like I'm weird, but no, I'm not weird. That's amazing. And chicken nuggets too, for what it's worth. Yeah, I put gravy on French fries. And preferably cheese curds. Yeah. Yeah, frosty fries, dude. Frosty fries are amazing. Fun fact. If you make French fries in an air fryer, and then you take chocolate ice cream, okay? Take chocolate ice cream.
Discovery, go and throttle.
You can make a Frosty. You can do it. So how you make a Frosty is you take chocolate ice cream, put it in the microwave for like 10 seconds, scoop it out, put it in a bowl, and then whisk the bowl like you would whisk up eggs. And just sit there with the whisk and the consistency will be immediate frostification. And then you got to put some salt in it, and then it tastes exactly like a Wendy's Frosty. It's the same thing. You can do it. You can make Frosties at home. It's absolutely doable. You might be onto something. Graham, trust me. When I was growing up, this was every 12-year-old's thing. Please make it a thing with younger generations. It is delicious. I'm telling you, this is not some weird, like, unk thing. No, trust me, dude. Dip the fries. Go to Wendy's. Dip the fries in the Frosty. You're welcome. It's delicious. Yeah, you can do it. It's awesome. It tastes amazing. Like, you wouldn't suspect it, but it does. In-N-Out with a shake. In-N-Out, dude, it works great with In-N-Out fries and an In-N-Out shake. Absolutely. I have tested this. I think Ernock was there for that. I'm going to send you some dehydrated poutine sauce powder. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Oui. Indeed it does. So, yeah, fellas, I don't mind this. This track's pretty cool. I really, really, really preferably hope that they have a C5 just sitting in the background. And I really, really hope that they have aircraft carriers moored right here. This is where the carriers stay when they're not on deployment. So when they're when they're in port, they moor the aircraft carriers here. So I'm not gonna lie, having a Nimitz and a Ford like right here, like right there, with NASCARs going by. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I am 100% okay with that. That's fine with me. Yeah. And also, San Diego is freaking beautiful. Also, the Midway's over here.
Discovery,
If you're
go
ever in
and
San
drive up.
Diego, go to this museum. Non-negotiable. Go to the Midway. That is an excellent, excellent museum. Like, top shelf for museumship. Senchi, it's one thing I've learned living in this country and being born here and growing up with it. Overkill is underrated. You never have enough ships, never have enough cars, you never have enough... Overkill is underrated, man. Okay? Nothing wrong with over-engineering something, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Good concept until somebody takes out a plane. That's my question, Barry. How are you going to maintain security? NASCAR races pull... Guys, NASCAR races pull 150, 200,000 fans. Easily. All day. How do you accommodate for the influx? Coronado is not designed for this. Like, that bridge is going to be jammed. Air shows, my dude. This is a little bit different than an air show, dude. This is a whole weekend excursion. It's not a day thing. Where are all these people parking? Well... Okay. That's not enough parking, but... You're going to have to set up temporary parking lots on the other parts of the ramp. What else we got here? Any good planes? Anything cool? What are those, C-46s? Those look like Janet planes. I don't feel like getting beleted, so... Got a C-130 and a P-3. Like Overkill Space Missions going to the moon. Senshi, now you got it. Now you got it, dude. It's not about the overkill. It's about you can do that. Okay? We can build a bridge across this bay. We can build something that goes to the moon. That's what once you understand that, it makes a lot more sense. The whole country makes a lot more sense. Like, that's why we did the things that we do, because overkill is underrated, man. It's about sending a damn message. No, it's showing that we can, dude. We don't do things because they're easy. Okay? That's not how we roll. We don't play that. Gata don't play that, all right? Clayton, your old man has seen the Battleship Missouri Memorial in the USS Arizona. That's a good museum, dude. Okay, hear me out. They should have part of the track go through an old C-17. Actually, Creeper, you know what's kind of interesting? C-17s are actually in superbly high demand. So much so that the Air Force is in talks with Boeing to restart C-17 production. No joke, dude. Yeah, C-17s are in very high demand. They should have never stopped making them. C-17s were actually made not far from here. They were made up here. So this is Long Beach Airport. See this big old building right here? That big old building was C-17 production. There are 4 lines. See them? Here, if we go back in the timeline a little bit, it you know, you should be able to tell. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see? See all the C-17s? Did you know that the U.S. interstate system was made so we can ship logistics anywhere on the roads? Ship logistics. It's not ship logistics. It's not just that. It's military mobility. The name of the game with U.S. strategy, Grim, is being able to move anything anywhere. We could have a tank on your front doorstep in a day, anywhere in the world. Military mobility is key. They learned that after World War II, after looking at what the Germans did, you know, almost taking over an entire continent, and said, that's a good idea. We should do that. Eisenhower got the idea for the U.S. interstate system from the Autobahns. In Nazi Germany, they built Hitler built the Autobahns not as a piece of civilian infrastructure. It was defense spending. That's how he built it. Built it as defense spending. And then he took out a bunch of debt on the mark, on the Deutschmark, to build the dang thing, to put people to work. They're called MIFO bills if you really want to understand how this stuff got made so damn fast back in the day, right? And it was used so the Wehrmacht could move stuff around faster. They could go from one side of the country to the other like that. And you can amass a military force on somebody's border, and in this case, all the borders of the country, very quickly before they even know what's going on. We engineered our entire highway system. So Germany did that in a country about the size, Germany's the size of Texas. Truck. We did that on an entire continent. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. All roads lead to Rome. Yeah. Another company has the lease on the C-17 facilities, by the way. Well, not a lease, they bought it. If you look. Way smaller than Texas. Yeah. That was the first thing that popped in my head. I gotta use anything but the metric system. If I said Germany was this many square kilometers, people would look at me funny. You know what I mean? Yeah, but Boeing's factory in Everett have several unused bays. That would be a good place to do it, Rocket Drone. Sure. The hell is a kilometer? Yeah, Jakes, I like a lot of different things. It's not just space flight. Space flight is my number one, though. But I like a lot of different things. So Wings Wednesday, you're going to finally build the Spruce Goose. Nah. Eisenhower sold the interstate highway system. It's good for business travel, public evacuation, and wartime. Interstate highway system's primary purpose was military mobility. Public evacuation is gridlock. That's correct. It's a good idea. It's pretty damn smart, dude. Just saying. So we got a Wings Wednesday, guys. I want to build a thunder screech. It's not as cool when you can't make it screech, though. Did you hear the USS Texas has secured a new pier in Galveston as its new home? Nice. Hey, Nuclear. What's up, dude? Real quick, how are you using KRPC? Are you going to use it on the rocket you're making right now? I haven't used KRPC in a little while. One of these days we'll dive back into it. Here, let's just get a plane. I'm just gonna, you know what? We'll start by, it's Wings Wednesday. I want to start by flying around some of the stuff that we have. And we'll make our own little Oshkosh at KSC with Kerbals and snacks. Start with the A200. Do I have a C-17? I actually do have something like that, yes. So this is an A200. I built this plane for career mode. It's basically a Gulfstream. Like, it's kind of synonymous in function with a Gulfstream. This plane is really nice to fly. Here. Do you have something like a DC-8? I do, actually, yes. I have the Curbvair 990. Do you have something like a Hercules? No. Make one? What, a C-130? The closest thing I have to a C-130 is an analog called the K92. This is not a C-130 necessarily, but if you look at it from the side, it looks exactly like one. But, hold on. Yeah. This plane is about C-130 sized, but it's not a C-130. Wait, C-130, I'm talking about the giant wooden seaplane. The Spruce Goose? I don't want to make that. What is the weather like? They said it was going to be hot today, Jens, and it's not hot today. I planned on doing a Wings Wednesday and I worked on the car yesterday to not do that, to get around it, and it didn't work. The H4. I'm not building a Spruce Goose, man. I don't want to build that. Look it up. Look it up. Like I don't know what that plane is, Graham. Don't screw with me again, Pile! Do you have a C-124? No. Music is a bit loud? Oh, okay. I can turn it down. There we go. Should be balanced a little bit better. Do I have an AN-225? I've never built an Antonov, no. Wait, we've never built an Antonov? Here, this is the closest thing I have to a DC-8. After the Spruce Goose tour, you said the only thing holding you back was that KSP didn't have propellers. But we don't have a proper turboprop in this game, dude. They don't have a proper turboprop. They have these, which is just an electric motor that uses liquid fuel. It doesn't even sound like a turboprop. It has no sound. It doesn't make any noise. Could you build a Beechcraft Bonanza? I can build anything, man. Have you ever built anything with swing lane capabilities in the newer version of Kerbal? I have an F-14 that has robotic wings, dude. How about using a dock in a Caspian Sea Monster? I don't think I have the dock discovered in this, dude, because I don't have... Look, we don't have it unlocked. I think we're going to have to go find it. So let me get the A200, and let's go find it. Did you ever build a Beluga? No. That is really difficult to get that right, Penta, because of fairings. Like my old arch nemesis. Have you built a B2? I don't have a B2 Noctilox, but I do have this. Hang on. Does this make you happy? We actually never finished the bottom of this thing. And I would probably make this a little bit different nowadays. But it's a YB-49. I have never built the Dream, Jens. That's a complicated build. The closest thing I have is a cargo plane that kind of works like a C-17. Did you ever finish making the Valkyrie? The XB-70? Yeah, dude, we use the XB-70 for high altitude testing. If I need a wind tunnel. Look, I could probably make a better version of this, but here we were testing the Saber engine, or the Saber Tooth engine. That's the engine we made for Star Raker. Getting engine and fresh rebuild transit to your F100 running tonight. Any pointers? Prime the oil system before you start it, Methane. You can prime the oil system by taking a drill, take the distributor, open up the distributor cap, take the rotor off, take a drill with a wide chuck, attach the drill to the top of the rotor, put the chuck on the rotor, not too tight, Start turning the drill, look at your oil pressure pump. Prime the engine before you start it. You need to make sure, verify that that the oil galleries are working correctly. That's what I would do. What about a PBY? Once again, propeller engines, dude. I kind of shied away from building propeller planes, John, just because. But yeah, this is an XB70. I could probably build a better XB70 nowadays, but this thing works excellent, dude. So. Getting on, yeah, you need, yeah, Rotella? Yeah, you need Rotella. How did you make the airfoil of the flying wing? The airfoil. Oh, it's just a bunch of wings sandwiched together to make it look right, Lava. I mean, we've made all kinds of crazy stuff. Look. I could probably make this better nowadays, but yeah, that's the Misashishev Atlas, I think is what it's called. F4U with foldable wings. Once again, propeller planes, dude. I have the ick when it comes to building propeller planes in this because these aren't propeller engines. They're just an electric rotor that uses liquid fuel as a commodity. There's no sound. There's no sound behind it. And it's quite annoying, actually. I don't like that. Let's see, what else? I was wondering how accurate KSP Aero is. It's not, but there's ways to fudge it. There's ways to fudge the thing so it does work. All right. Oh, there's the K79. This is the 79R1. This is kind of like a Globemaster. That's basically a C-17. It has a cargo bay that you can drive stuff up into, which is actually pretty cool. And I made the fuselages out of fairings, so it occludes. I don't have an F-111, no. Have you built an F-22? I do have an F-22, yes. BY, 8213 sub. Thanks, man. It's good to see you again. I've never built a YF-118, no. But, alright. I guess we'll go find the dock. Let's do that first. The RB-36 Ramalot, yeah. We don't have... I mean, we do have EDFs, I suppose. And I can't really build a nuclear reactor, but we can just stack a bunch of RTGs and make them look like a nuclear reactor. If they wanted to. Alright. This is a good plane to go and find it. Have you seen the Samaritan's Purse? Yeah, of course. Sevi. Yeah. How about the CL-1201? Outdoorsman, I don't have a CL-1201. I have Star Raker, though, which is almost CL-1201. It's close. And we have the K-90. The K-90 is another cool plane. This was a project, dude. This frickin' thing. We could build this better. Tessellated wing structure. I can make organic looking shapes in Kerbal. The Arrow doesn't necessarily understand this too well. This plane is capable of circumnavigation, yes. Oh, this is the 90C. It's got Star Raker engines on the back. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure that works too well. I thought that the G21A was the Spruce Goose. The Spruce Goose was the H4 Hercules, as opposed. Well, that's a little bit different than the That's a little bit different than the C-130 Hercules. Can you explain those engines? Oh God, not this thing. Don't ask. Don't worry about it. Don't. Trust me. Don't worry about it. That thing is cursed, and it will get you killed. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions. Don't even look at it. Don't. It's fine. Let's just get the A200 and let's go for a nice flight. All right. We got Jeb and Val. Let's go. Let's go find that airfield. K-127. The K-127 was... Okay, so, Sea Kraken, you have the Goliath engine. The Goliath engine has the reverse thruster on it. The K-127 was a prototype that I was using. So, when the Goliath has forward thrust, it works just like a Goliath engine. When you activate the thrust reverser, right, it pushes thrust forward, and it pushes thrust forward into a turbine. And the turbine is on gears, and the gears drive a helicopter blade. So you could hit reverse thrust with a Goliath engine, and it takes off and flies around like a helicopter. Yep, it was my prototype idea for building a twin-rotor VTOL helicopter with one Goliath motor in it. So you have one engine. And it basically, you could fit it onto a vehicle if you have two of them, right? You could fit it onto a vehicle that flies around like a regular airplane, and then once you hit the reverse thrust, you hit the thrust reversers on the Goliaths, it'll start spinning rotor blades for you. The idea behind that was trying to emulate this. One of my all-time favorite concept helicopters that I personally think is still an amazing idea that we should be doing. The SB-1. That's the whole idea. Because that's what the SB-1 does. I mean, the SB-1 does it with two. But we have a twin rotor system. The idea is that the SB-1 has clutches in it, and it can auto-gyro. It'll auto-gyro with dual blades, and it can transmit power basically to the propeller, or it can transmit power to the blades, or both of them. The end result here with an SB-1 is that you get a plane you get a helicopter that flies like an airplane. If you put all power to the propeller, and then you free spin the blades with a downward collective on both of those blades, right? The two blades up top, not connected into the drivetrain, like it's a clutch, it disengages, they'll auto gyro, and they become the wings, so to speak. That's why there's a fairing around the rotor assembly, because this thing goes way faster than any helicopter. I still think that's a great idea, and I still think that should have won. That thing lost out in a competition with this thing. I hate this thing. This thing is just... It lost to the V280, which is... You know, the V280 has a V-tail, you know, because we know how well that ends. The V280 is supposed to replace the Black Hawk, guys. Supposedly. You know, let's just make it hover, and when we land, in a place where, bullets are flying, let's just expose the turbine machinery. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's a great idea. Just expose all the machinery right where you're coming into land. I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm sure that won't end bad at all. Like, I mean, dude, I'm an armchair general. I play Hearts of Iron. That doesn't seem smart, but whatever. I think the V280 is kind of poopy-doopy. I think the SB-1 is a much, much smarter execution of that same exact idea. That's not a tilt rotor, it's an auto gyro. And this thing books. If you've heard the noise that that thing makes when it's going, it is ridiculous. I like this. This is a much more elegant solution to the same exact problem. Guys, that's a helicopter that can go 350 miles an hour. That thing can go just as fast as an Osprey with much less moving parts. But some bozo thought, no. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. This has more moving parts. That the V208 is better? You're out of your mind, Huggy. This is way more moving parts. There's way more things on this thing that can break than that, dude. Like, way more. I get it, the V280 is faster and it has longer range, which is why the military chose it. I understand that. Probably should have mentioned that first time around. But, I'll take less range and less maintenance. That's fine with me. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that, dude. But once again, I ain't in the military either, so whatever. Okay, let's fire up the engines. Let's go looking for that port, huh? Kilo Alpha 154, Echo Juliet, requesting permission to take off runway 9. Like you always say, why not both? If I have to choose one, I'm not choosing the V280, that's for sure. Wee bit loud. Here, I'll turn the microphone up a little bit, guys. Because that's not loud. It's not loud for me, which means my OBS audio is not balanced correctly. Probably should enable the fuel cutouts before you try to start the engines, but whatever. Okay, set our flaps. Flap deploy is set to 10 degrees. Okay. There we go. Verify control surfaces. Ailerons are working. Elevators are working. Rudder's working. Alright, let's do this. Wheel authority. Give me a freaking break. D1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gears up. It's an aeroplane! What's up, Damians? Please check last. Also, what's up? Check last, check last, check last, check last. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to fly the airplane. I found this video on YouTube the other day. It's interesting. It's a 6-minute video. Do you know what this is? Why don't liquids splash in a vacuum? Oh, I don't know. I'll check it out though. That looks pretty cool. I like the S97 Raider, which is the smaller SB1. Alright, Huggy. Yeah, me too, man. Have you heard that thing fly around, dude? The noise is awesome. But yeah, I don't know, man. I know why they chose the V280. I'm just not really sure why you'd do that, but alright. Alright, so let's turn left, heading 360. The port is up there somewhere. In Kerbal, the developers, towards the end of the development cycle, the developers added a water port, like a place where you can put boats down, and it'll drop them right in the water. In this engineering mode save, I never discovered it, which is strange, but... You know what? Let's turn all the way around, heading 270, and we'll pick up the coastline and we'll follow it. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you at this time that the fasten seatbelt sign is still on. Please remain comfortably seated with your seat back and tray table wing upright in lock position until we get to the cruising altitude. Once again, we thank you for flying EJ Air and hope you have a nice, safe, and comfortable trip. Did I miss the in-flight meal? No, we just took off. Coco, I gotta go sit down and be quiet. And Banana 154. Okay, we're gonna follow the coastline here. No, yeah, Violent, I got you. With the iffy aero model, I assume KSP doesn't do drag either. KSP has body lift, lift, and drag. The thing is, it's non-dimensional, Lava. It's a non-dimensional aerodynamic simulation, meaning there's no fluid dynamics. There's no CFD. So if there's a part in front of another part, Kerbal has no way of knowing, like, that it's going to get occluded. So you can basically make anything fly. That's the reason. That's what's going on. Like, my wings are lifting right now, but if I had another wing directly behind it, dude, it would not. It doesn't care. That wing would act like it's in laminar flow, which is why, once again, which is why I say it's kind of non-dimensional. With that being said, there are things that do occlude. So if I put a wing behind the engine, Kerbal will understand that the engine is blocked. It will understand that. Simultaneously, if you put something inside of a fairing, it will understand that it's inside of an aerodynamic shell, and it will occlude it, right? Which is why nowadays I make plane fuselages out of fairings, because that's the right way to do it. There's a mod that makes aero a lot more accurate. Oh, no, I'm all right. Yeah, if it was CFD, right, it'd be terrible. With that being said, dude, between being able to occlude stuff with fairings and payload bays, right, and a good understanding of how, like, aerodynamics works, you can fudge KSP to make some pretty realistically flying things. I did it to make a shuttle. I made a shuttle fly like the real one. Namely, made it fly like trash by gluing a bunch of panels to the outside to make the thermal protection system, right? But also at the same time, right? But also at the same time, that's what they did with the real shuttle. The real shuttle didn't fly very well. Hey, VFF, it's a decent medium between real and arcade. VFF, it's what I always say. Hi, by the way. What's up, dude? It's what I always say. Kerbal will make you a rocket scientist in the same way that Forza will make you a race car driver. Now, if you play Forza, not Forza Horizon, right? If you play Forza, you will understand good and well how a race car goes around a track. Does that make you a race car driver? No. Kerbal, you will understand good and well how airplanes work or spacecraft. Does that make you work? Does that mean you're going to work for NASA? Probably not, but maybe. Who knows? Maybe SpaceX. If you play iRacing, you can be a race car driver. Yeah, I understand that, feel safe, but that's not what I'm getting at, dude. iRacing is a professional simulation. Kerbal is not a professional simulation. If you want a professional simulation, go play X-Plane or Flight Sim or something, right? Kerbal is not the highest medium, right, of like aerodynamic sim. It's good enough to get the point across, which is why I attribute it to Forza and not iRacing. The cool thing about Kerbal is that you can build whatever the hell you want. That's the cool thing about KSP. Right? Yeah. Okay, we're on the same page, dude.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I think the port's down here. The shuttle does not fly very well. Hey, Commander Q, what's up, man? The shuttle does not fly very well. No. But that's on purpose. That's not the whole thing. You're way too far. What do you mean way too far? No, I'm not. It's up here somewhere. Gotta get lower. Alright. Now, will you be able to land and walk away? I engineered the plane. Of course I can land this. So the shuttle, guys, the shuttle doesn't... Everybody knows that the shuttle doesn't fly well. You know, that gets thrown around a lot. What that means is that the shuttle doesn't fly well in the transonic regime. It doesn't fly well in the medium of where most planes operate. It flies terribly. It flies really bad. It flies really bad in the transonic regime, so below 700 miles an hour, or 700 knots, give or take. It flies terribly there. What they don't tell you is that the shuttle is very, very, very good at flying at Mach 15. It's really good in the hypersonic regime. Like, really good. Like, there's a reason why a lot of re-entry vehicles borrow design decisions and shape from the shuttle. Like, even Starship, right? There's a lot of reasons for that. Like why they borrow the tile design, shapes, wings. Like, look at the X-37. The X-37B. As the shuttle's wings, they're just smaller. It's the same exact design. Well, not the same exact. You get what I'm trying to say. Similar airfoil shape. Because in the hypersonic regime, the shuttle is basically the gold standard for maneuverability. The shuttle flies amazing going Mach 15. Actually, the shuttle flies amazing basically from Mach 25 all the way down to Mach 1. It flies great up in there. Once you go below transonic, then it starts... It barely is able to fly. Like, barely. Behind me. Alright. I know once we get to this cove, we've gone too far. So what we'll do is I'll descend out here, we'll loop around, and then we'll follow the coastline until we find it. I don't remember there being an island near the cove. I remember it being somewhere like this or somewhere like that, so... Alright, let's descend. I'll turn us around. My Dramamine isn't working. Well, get the paper bag. That's in the seat back in front of you. We'll go down to I was gonna say we're at 3,000 feet in descending. Why is there a nodular below the plane? That was for carrying science package, and that's the refueling thing. Because I designed my airplanes to be reusable just like rockets. Starship flies, actually, dude, Starship flies very similar to the shuttle, guys. Yeah, it's very similar. Starship, the shuttle and Starship really are, well, we kind of seen it with Starship, but we haven't seen it too much. You're going to try to spend as much time up there as possible. You want to go, like, on the most shallow re-entry, because the most shallow re-entry means basically more time in the atmosphere. That more like seriously, if you're going straight down, you're not spending a lot of time in the atmosphere before the ground comes up and it's like, hey, what's up, how you doing, I'm the ground. You're not crashing into me and surviving, right? So stuff like Starship, even capsules like Dragon, they're you're not really going to spend a lot of time, like you're going to spend a lot of time in the atmosphere flying a very shallow trajectory. The reason why is because, once again, there's more drag there. More drag, you can use that to slow down more. Ideally, you would really want the shuttle and or Starship. I mean, the shuttle doesn't really work like this too much, but you would want them to get down to terminal velocity. Starship should get to about terminal velocity, and that, like, ideally, you'd want to hit terminal velocity right before you started to flip and burn, because that may you spend the most amount of time in the atmosphere. So what does that entail? That stay high in the atmosphere as much as you can. And then basically, once you slow down enough, you fall out of the atmosphere. That's basically what the shuttle did. Only the shuttle would do circles on the way down, right? The shuttle would get to 30,000 feet and then you're going down whether you like it or not. Starship's basically a similar thing, but Starship can probably stay up there for a little bit longer. The other thing about staying up in the upper parts of the atmosphere for a longer period of time is that your peak heating overall is at a lower temperature. Your peak heating temp will not be nearly as high as it would be with, like, I don't know, a nuclear warhead coming right back in. The period of heating, though, is much longer when you're on a shallow trajectory. So think of it like if an ICBM is coming through the atmosphere and it's going straight down, that's flash frying something. Like, if we're going to make a food analogy, because I'm American, I make food analogies, it's what I do. Right? An ICBM is basically like flash freezing or flash frying something. Starship and the shuttle and capsules, for instance, are like slow cooking, like barbecuing something. You slow cooking things. I think we found it. You found the Cove launch site. You can now deploy craft from here. Go to the VAB and check from the drop-down menu. Cool. Dude, I forgot you could do this in KSP. Yes, Opress. I hope that's what you got from this. No, not cross-range capability. I'm talking about if you looked at a side profile of their re-entry trajectory. Starship, if I'm understanding the aerodynamics right, Commander Q, Starship does not have the cross-range capability that the shuttle does. And that strictly comes down to shape. You should go discover the other ones. You can unlock new launch sites. Yeah, that's a feature they added very late in KSP's development. I forgot it existed, to be honest, guys. Fuel check. We got plenty of fuel, dude. $95, I don't even remember where the other ones are. I knew where that one was, but I don't even remember where the other ones are. Yeah. The desert airstrip, that's not a discoverable site. Tessa. Okay, now I honestly don't know, but I assume the shuttle would. I think people underestimate how much physics is going on with the water tower-shaped Starship. It's truly amazing. I do not think Starship has the cross-range capability of the shuttle. The reason why is because of the profile. Starship is re-entering belly first. It's re-entering with the nose pointed straight up like that. The shuttle's maximum angle of attack relative to like hypersonic flow is about 45 degrees. And that's a lot of wing surface being exposed to hypersonic, right? Starship doesn't do that, right? Starship is kind of a cylindric shape. The cylindric shape versus the flat bottom of the shuttle makes a big difference. T-minus 30 minutes until the tracers attempt. Yeah, we'll pick that up on stream, dude. Matt Lown has a video on all sites in KSP. Yeah. I would just like a location, dude. I don't need to watch Matt's video. I know Matt, though. Matt's a good dude. You ever meet Scott Manley? Yeah, of course. Scott's a good buddy of mine, dude. I haven't talked to him in a little while, but yeah, of course. See last for a map. Okay. Alright, Kilo Alpha 154, Echo Juliet requesting permission to land runway 27. How well do you know Everyday Astronaut? if I was walking down the street and I bumped into Tim, we would know who each other. Yeah, we'd know each other. I actually got the last time I talked to Tim was when I was down for Flight 8, dude. Yeah, he's a good dude, man. I liked him a lot. I wish. Sometimes, dude, like it's annoying because like all the YouTubers, right? They don't have to be here all the time, right? I got to be on stream all the time, right? You have to. The YouTubers not so much. So all the YouTubers get to go have fun while I'm sitting here streaming, you know? So I don't get to see these guys as much as I would really like. But that's the job, dude. That's the job that I chose. Is there a reason why you turn left, not right, through KSP? Descent. It would have been a bad approach trying to approach the runway from 2 or 3 miles out at 10,000 feet. I'm playing cities and trying to make things more compact compared to my other builds, but I keep running out of money. Trying to go slow. Thoughts? Hendo, what you just said to me in cities would be the equivalent of like in Kerbal saying, hey EJ, I'm playing Kerbal and my plane isn't flying because it keeps crashing. Thoughts? Well, there's a lot at play there, Hendo, you know what I mean? Like, where are you going wrong? You're going bankrupt? All right. Go over here on the city's UI. It's over here. Click on the gold bar. Go into your budget and look to see where your budget is. Adjust the budget sliders accordingly. You got to do that a lot at the beginning of the game. Can you afford that school? Can you afford that police station? Can you afford that medical center? Cities is going to try to tell you that you have all these different buildings, and all these buildings do all these cool things, right? But you don't need all of them initially. You don't need to put down a city hall, for instance. If you can't afford a city hall, don't put down a city hall. Love the detail. Would any other design have an effect on this aircraft? If I put the wings behind the engines, it's not going to work too well. Alright. Put the flaps down. You're down. Oh, hey, come on now. We didn't get in the hashes, but down. I don't like how that plane lands. We could do with a little bit more tweaking. It doesn't fly very well with the flaps down when you're on approach like that. You don't have a lot of pitching moment, which is what you need when you're landing with flaps. Hey Astro, what's going on? Approach speed was also a bit high. Yeah, I needed the speed to keep the lift on the wings, which means, yeah, this needs a little bit of tweaking. It's not, it flies okay. It's pretty good. Sebi, we built this in career mode. It's a very early plane, so it doesn't fly the best. It's okay. It's not bad. If, like, when you're up flying around, it flies great, but for an approach, it's not the best. Putting the flaps down creates way too much negative pitching moment, and the elevators can't keep up with the negative pitch moment, which means you have to trim the thing like crazy just to get it to fly straight. It doesn't like to keep the nose up during approach, so you have to put the nose down, and that's tough to kind of balance the throttle and everything with that. Meaning we'd have to tweak this a little bit more. What we could do is change the angle of incidence on the engines and stuff, but you know, like this plane needs a little more dialing in. The main wing element is good though. Once again, I need more elevator out back. You should build a tanker airplane. To do what exactly? I mean, I could build tanker airplanes for him a lot. The thing is that in-flight refueling in a single-player game, it gets to be a little bit exceedingly difficult. I've tried. There's really no point in building a tanker in this. No, Press, but that's pretty cool. Maybe a thicker wing with a bigger fuselage could help. How would a thicker wing or a bigger fuselage help our pitching moment during landing, Stuart? Are you guessing? Or are you just saying what you want me to make? How's it going with the Apollo vessel? It's going okay, but this is Wings Wednesday, so we're putzing around with planes today. Like, I'd like to go in and make a really, really nice, like, regular fixed-wing flying plane. Kind of like this, but, you know, maybe a little bit different. Cut out. Okay, fuel cut out on both engines is good. How much fuel did we use? Ah, we didn't even get below a half tank, dude. We're good. We good. Didn't even use the science package down there. Observe the mystery goo. Oh boy. I don't think I ever put a ladder on this plane. I don't think you need it. I think they could just grab it. Yeah, there you go. Jabber. How long till we got until the trackers launch or tracers launch? 2:13. Okay, we got a little bit. Can you put the engines on full reverse? The Juno engines do not have a thrust reverser, dude. That's the other thing. This plane could do with an air brake. It could do with speed brakes on the wings. Cove mission success. Yes. Let's get bound, Jeb. Okay, so we're in a second here. We're going to take a brief intermission. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to take a brief intermission to watch the tracers launch. It scrubbed yesterday, and yeah, I would like to see it. It's a NASA mission. It's like basically a NASA rideshare mission. There's a bunch of different NASA satellites on it. It's pretty good. Time to check the vid before launch. No, I'll watch that on my own time, dude. No, it's not time to do that. I got it. I'll watch it later. I don't like watching people's vids on stream, dude. Especially on YouTube. It'll cap you if you're not careful. G! 41-month resub. Wings! That's right. It scrubbed due to an FAA power outage. Yeah, LA Center lost power yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday. That was great. Yeah, not. That was not great. What's that, Nova? Our team is prepping Eclipse's LOX transfer line. All right. Cool. There's a resub there. Who was that? Hey, 2020, man. Hey, nice. How's it going? Currently in the hospital for some nasty burns. About 20% covered. I hope you're okay. Jeez, man. I just found out I can cast a stream to the hospital room. Hope all is going well. Yeah, stuff is going just fine with me. Doesn't seem to be the same with you, though. Yeah, we really gotta... I gotta do something about this plane. Or make another one. I always hate that all the airplane cockpits in this game are a single-seater. Like, I wish this was a two-seater. What I really would like is a 1.8 meter plane cockpit. So, one that's like this width, a 1.8 meter plane cockpit with some crew fuselages behind it, so we could make passenger planes, like at least narrow body stuff, without having to make a fairing with a bunch of fuselage pasted in it, but I know there's a mod part for it. Anyway, let's see what the other launch sites are. What are we talking? What do we got here? By Kerbiner. Nice. Could be worse. I'm doing okay, and I'm getting out and headed home today. Went in Saturday, already walking around and washing myself, so it's good. Second or third degree burns, Joe? Mahi Mahi launch site. SpaceX is online. Yeah. Mesa South. What the heck is Mesa South? Crashed Sputnik. Never gone in that stuff. Harvester Massive. I'm not sure what that is either. Nye Island, I like that. That's cool. There's Woomera, I know that. Glacier Lake launch site up there. Oh, dude, we gotta go check some of this stuff out. Mesa South is a communications dish. Oh, the tracking sites. That's right. That's right. I remember now. Cool. We'll think about going and checking some of this stuff out. And for anyone curious, they're all second degree but really deep. I was cleaning some equipment with 90% isopropyl alcohol and accidentally dropped the bottle near an open flame. The bottle exploded. You Molotov cocktailed yourself. That's lovely. Well, be careful next time. Would it be funny if you could only launch small vehicles from Mahi Mahi? Yeah, right? We should go check that out. I probably should check that out. I might be able to go take the K90 for a spin. The K90 is a pretty cool plane. It's something... My thing about the K90 is that I hate that it has the pontoon deployment system. I hate that thing. We should just make it passively float in the water better next time. I don't think the Tuk Tuk has the range, Flacken. The K90 does, though. K90B, this one right here. This plane has the range. But we could make this plane so much nicer. Maybe, I was going to say, maybe that could be our Wings Wednesday project, but the Summer Car Special is also something we need to do. This thing is designed to fly at extremely high altitudes, and then it can land in the water. Problem is, it's not very hydrodynamic, so I needed to add pontoons, or like a hydrofoil extension piece to it to get the plane to rotate in the water. Next time we'll... Yeah, the pontoon deployment system is pretty cool, but next time it would probably be better to just shape the hull correctly, because a flying boat needs a boat hull, and if you try to build a flying boat out of a plane hull, it doesn't work very well. But this is a cargo plane, it can carry stuff inside, and it has a deployable ramp in the back, which is pretty sweet. That looks like the nuclear plane. Yeah, CL-1201. It's kind of influenced by that. It's influenced by that and a couple of Boeing prototypes. Yeah, I really just wish we got the buoyancy stuff kind of figured out with this. Maybe we'll do a revision. Maybe we'll mess with it. That's another fun Kerbal project to play around with. Anyway, SpaceX is live, dudes. So let's go see what's going on with the Tracers mission. Boop. Boop.
Earth and near-Earth
Earth?
space.
We're just going to take a quick detour here from KSP just for a second to watch Tracers. This is a real rocket launch.
Is one of the sort of early demonstrations of how you can use multi-spacecraft technology to get a picture of how things are changing, how things are moving, how things are evolving.
So not only will it get a global picture of reconnection in the magnetosphere, but it's also going to be able to statistically study how reconnection depends on the state of the solar wind.
Well, 2020, I'm glad you're okay. It's good to see you, buddy.
How to predict space weather in the magnetosphere.
Such a fun mission to be launching today. Now, while we wait for that
clock
to get closer to T0, let's learn a bit more about our launch vehicle. There's Falcon 9 on your screen, a two-stage rocket that is 229 feet tall and getting ready for liftoff in just about 8 minutes from now.
Okay, so He's describing Falcon 9. I'm pretty sure you know it. It's a two-stage rocket. You got your payload up at the top. You got your clamshell aerodynamic fairing, which is two aerodynamic segments that pop off, right? Second stage with a single engine. First stage with 9 engines, hence the namesake Falcon 9. This is Slick 4. That's Slick 4 East at Vandenberg. This is Vandenberg Space Force Base. It's out on the west coast. It's about 100 miles northwest of, or 160 kilometers northwest of Los Angeles. Very beautiful part of the country. The launch pad is Slick 4. This is Slick 4 East. The cool thing about the Tracers mission is that the Tracers mission is actually, the first stage is going to turn around and come back, and it's going to land right there. So Slick 4 at Vandenberg is originally a twin pad launch complex. There was 2 pads. There was Slick 4 East and Slick 4 West, right there. The west pad being west of the east pad. I know, makes a lot of sense. When SpaceX got the lease on this pad, they took the second pad and made it into a landing site. That's where the booster is going to land today. It's going to come back and land right next to the launch site, which is actually super cool. The booster, the first stage flying today is booster 1081 on its 16th flight, 41-day turnaround. So we have the 16th time this booster has been poised on the pad for a flight. Pretty cool. Vandenberg is uncharacteristically clear today. There's not a lot of anything out there. It's also a retrograde launching mission. Yeah, the Tracers mission is launching into what's called a sun-synchronous orbit, so it's slightly retrograde. We're talking about a 97-degree inclination here, meaning, for the most part, it's going polar, but it's not. It's slightly retrograde. Sun-synchronous orbit allows satellites to go, well, to be synchronous with daytime. So the satellites fly over the same place at the same time every time during the day. 60% of the time, it flies over the same point every time. That doesn't even make sense. 1067-30 was spotted on Space Coast Live potentially for the next Starlink mission. That's correct. Yep, I saw it. Yep. What's the majority of the body of a Falcon 9 made out of? Aluminum lithium.
From the vehicle, and then the TE will pivot backwards, slowly swinging away from the rocket. It will
another cloud
it
hole.
will achieve full recline.
That's right. It goes in the cloud
3
hole.
minute and 40-second mark.
Look at that.
Now, throughout this process, you may also hear the TE referred to as the strong back. This is the same structure, just a different name.
And
Thanks for pressing for strong back retract.
And good call out there. Now the TE does a lot more than lean. It rolls Falcon 9 out to the pad, raises it vertical, and stays connected through the final seconds up to launch. It also provides fuel, power, telemetry, and command connections between ground systems and the rocket.
The clamps at the top of the vehicle help to stabilize the second stage during fueling, and they also...
Okay, so the clamp arms up there will open, and then the strong back will retract to 87 degrees. It'll move slightly,
and once they are open,
it'll move
the
away.
rocket is fully free at the top. Right now, both stages are nearly
clamp
fully
arms.
loaded with about 1 million
Actually,
pounds
this one,
of propellant.
this one doesn't go to 87 degrees. This is an older strong back design that SpaceX uses. It's not like the ones that throw, like the other pads that Falcon 9 uses. The strong back just unhooks, right? It undoes the clamp arms, and then when the vehicle launches, it throws away, right? This one is an old style TE, where it's actually going to retract first, and then the vehicle's going to launch, see? It'll retract to 78 degrees here. That's basically to make sure that all this important stuff for putting the rocket together and fueling it is not in the way of the rocket when it goes to launch. Ideally, you don't want any damage to this thing on the way up. That, yeah, I don't think I need to explain why. You want to reuse your pad. If the rocket's reusable, but the launch pad isn't, well, guess what? You didn't make a reusable vehicle.
Overboard to maintain nominal pressure in the tanks. When
Yeah,
that
avoid the
cold
hot
oxygen
stuff,
gas
generally.
hits the warmer outside air, it condenses into the clouds that you're seeing on screen. And this is the same
Vent
principle
down
as
over there,
seeing
see
your
it?
breath on a cold morning, just on a much bigger scale.
Now the tanks are
Copy you
also
from Kerbal. I've seen this before. Yeah, I know,
and there's
right?
a call out for stage 1 lock
Ridiculous.
completion. Now the tanks are also pressurized using helium, and that helium is chilled too, so it stays
I
compatible.
wonder if they're going to
with the
move this
cryogenic
transporter
format.
reactor to Slick
During
6
flight,
once it's
that
operational.
pressurization helps force propellant into the engines
Why would you
as
take
the tanks empty.
T-Man, why would you take a pad offline to why would you take one pad offline to get one pad operable? No, I'm pretty sure they're just building a new one.
Will be fully autonomous.
Just inside of the T-minus 2 second mark, the 9 Merlin 1D engines will ignite, and once they're at full power, Falcon 9 will lift off the pad and begin its climb to orbit.
So once again, I know this isn't if you clicked on the stream and it says KSP, I know this isn't KSP. We're just taking a quick detour to watch a rocket launch. I figure people that want to watch a space game probably want to watch a rocket launch too. So yeah, on YouTube and on Twitch. I know we're tagged for KSP right now. Yeah. It's easier for VOD continuity to just not change it. This isn't KSP. This is actually HSP. It's a different game.
Now you may have also
similar
noticed
idea. Much more
and there's
realistic.
that call out for stage 2 LOX loading completion. So at this point, Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of rocket-grade kerosene and oxidizer. Now you may have also noticed the rocket isn't quite as shiny as it was in the past, and that's because of the soot layer present on the skin of the rocket, which is caused by the booster descending through Merlin's exhaust gases during the entry burn. And as the booster accumulates more flight history, more and more more of that soot gets deposited on.
Do you remember how I said you don't want this in the way and you don't want it catching on fire? The fuel lines for the second stage are actually going up this structure here, and they're fueling the second stage. You can see them right there. That's the fuel and oxidizer lines for the second stage. But in order to do that, you got to pump it up the transporter erector so it can get in the tank. When you go to launch, you ideally don't want that in here, because if you have rocket fuel in there, it will ignite. Because what's going to happen in this area right here is that it's going to get really hot. So what SpaceX is doing is evacuating all the propellants out. It's called a ground gas closeout. And that's the last thing they do before vehicles start, which just happened. Now, basically, Falcon 9 is
go for launch.
All the computers on board are controlling the systems.
Launch director. We are go for today's
and the
mission.
launch director
So
has
let's sit
reported
back
go.
and watch as Falcon 9 takes the Tracer's mission to space.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Which booster is this? This is 1081 on its 16th flight. 20 seconds. Pad deluge system is on.
T-minus 15.
10.
T-minus 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Sound suppression
3,
water system is on.
2, 1.
Ignition.
Ignition. And liftoff. Go SpaceX, go Tracers.
All right, we got a good lift. NASA's Tracers mission taking off from a late morning ascent from Vandenberg Space Force Base.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
We got the pitch kick reported there from flight controllers here. Next call should be power and telemetry. Vehicle's already a mile off the ground here.
At T plus 30 seconds,
There's the roll
counting,
program.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 4E. After clearing the tower, we now tilt or gimbal the engines to
You can see Slick
initiate
3
a
over there at the
roll
top of your
maneuver, which you may
screen.
notice
That's
here in
ULA's
that
launch
stage 1
site
camera
for
view.
Vulcan. A lot of construction going on over there.
Now this enables the vehicle's
Good
antennas
stuff.
to stay in the best position for communicating with the ground. Coming up next, the vehicle will pass through max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
The sequencing was a little strange there, Kalani,
The
but
engines
I mean,
will
it's
throttle
obviously
down
not a
ahead
big
of
deal.
this to reduce
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
load.
Okay.
Max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
And there's that call out for max Q. Now the Merlin engines are back at power and we're out of the throttle bucket. From here on, even though velocity is rapidly increasing, the atmospheric density is decreasing, resulting in less loads on Falcon 9.
What he said.
Now the rocket typically needs to go about 17,500 miles per hour horizontally in order to avoid gravity pulling it back down to Earth.
Beautiful shot of Lompoc over there, top of the screen. 2 years Lompoc. I died before I go back.
Now coming up shortly, we're going to hear callouts for a series of events happening in quick succession. This will be MECO, followed by stage separation, then the stage 1 flip, followed by second engine start 1, and then the boost back burn. We should be hearing all of these callouts here in just about
Pismo's
20 seconds from
over
now.
there somewhere. Okay, vehicle is aligning with posigrade velocity here for staging. Good shot. Okay, watch. Watch the first stage. It's going to separate from the second stage, and the first stage is immediately going to flip around.
Stage
Watch.
separation confirmed.
It's going to flip around to boost back and land. Oh, come on. Give us that camera again. There it goes. There it goes. First stage, turning around to go back to land at the launch site. Good upper stage ignition.
For the successful main engine cutoff, stage separation. Saw that stage 1.
So it's going to land right there. You can see the plume from the ascent right there.
Coming up next
That's what that cloud
will be
is.
the fairing deployment on the second stage. Both halves of the fairing flying today are flight proven.
Good
with
shot of
one
the Channel
flying for
Islands
its
right there.
14th time and the other for its second time. They'll be picked up today by our West Coast fairing recovery vessel.
So this is the aerodynamic shell. Watch, it should separate here. Oh, that was a great shot of the fairing separation mechanism. That was cool. Usually don't get that nice of a shot.
And we heard fairing separation is confirmed.
Moto!
The boost back burn on the first stage is still ongoing, and we expect shutdown shortly.
So those fairings are actually going to, they separate, and what they do is they turn over, and the aerodynamic parts of the fairing actually re-enter.
And there was confirmation of
they'll re-enter,
shutdown.
And they'll
We're currently at T+3.
They'll deploy a parafoil after they come through re-entry, and they'll land out in the water like a seaplane. It's really cool, actually.
Coming up in about 3 minutes from now.
Swamper, 11-month resub. Thank you.
With that relight with the graphics along the bottom of your screen.
Okay, so the first stage has completed its boost back burn, and it's now
Falcon 9
just
is the first orbital
floating
class
here for a
rocket
second.
capable
It's
of
gonna
inflight. Reusability allows SpaceX to
It's going to use the cold gas nitrogen thrusters right here to reorient the stage to make sure that the business end of the stage is facing down towards the ground. Because when it was flying this way, when it boosted back, right, now it's flying like this. When the boost back burn shutdown stopped, it needs to reorient back so the engines are facing towards the launch site. Or the landing site, I should say. So it's just reorienting there, making sure it's in line for landing. In this picture, if I'm looking at the clouds right, site's over here somewhere. Landing site's over there. Second stage looks good. You can see, what do we got over there? That's the LA basin right there. That's the Catalina wine mixer. No, you could see, well, with that other shot, you could see all of LA, which is pretty cool. I saw Santa Monica over there. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Not really, Dan, no. Yeah, see? There's the LA basin over there. And then Long Beach is right there. So if that's Long Beach right there, that's Palos Verdes. I think. Yeah, Santa Monica's over here. Yeah, I got it. We got it. We know where we are. Okay, everything's looking good. Next thing that the first stage is going to do is my favorite part. The entry burn, the supersonic retro propulsion. If you notice, Falcon 9 first stage right now is at 85 kilometers up, traveling at 3,500 kilometers an hour. That's pretty fast. That's enough to have re-entry heating. But what Falcon 9 does is it fires its engine. It fires its engine to slow down. But it also fires its engine to push the plasma that's accumulated from re-entry heating away. Basically, the gases from the engine that fire during the entry burn act as its heat shield and shield Falcon 9 in a cooler column of gas, similar to how an ablative heat shield would work, like the heat shields that you'd see on capsules. Those ones burn off and they leave a layer of gas. This thing uses its rocket engines.
Take a look in the lower left
Supersonic retro propulsion.
Screen. You can see the engine status.
This is going to be the name of my speed
Merlin
metal
1D
band.
engines will fire for the entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
So you can see it flew in its own exhaust. The camera's all covered up in soot because it flew in its own exhaust. And that was the heat shield. That's the heat shield. The exhaust gases coming out of the engine shield it from the heat. And here we go. Oh, dude, look at it. Here it comes. She's coming in for a landing.
Great view of Falcon 9 first stage coming back.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
and we utilize both the Merlin engines throughout these various...
So the grid fins are steering this thing back towards the pad.
As well as the grid fins to stabilize the booster.
There you go. That plume right there is them priming the engines for the landing burn. You can see it's getting down into the thicker parts of the atmosphere from all the grid fins shaking around because she's coming in fast.
Stage 1 transonic.
Stage 1 is now below the speed of sound. Good shot of the landing zone. Should get an ignition.
Stage 1 landing burn.
We got a good ignition. Grid fins are going to steer this thing down until they're no longer aerodynamically useful, and then Falcon 9 will just be on thrust vector control power. So basically the engine is steering it. See how the grid fins are still doing work, but when you start going slow enough, the air moving through these makes them not useful, so they lock. Watch. They'll lock into place, and then the landing legs will deploy. And Booster 1081 completes its 16th mission, coming down dead center on landing zone 4.
Landing for this booster, marking the 16th flight of this first stage.
Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful
Very
landing
nice.
here, Amanda. Now, in the meantime, Falcon 9's second stage is
Very
continuing
nice.
its first burn of the mission, and we expect it to shut down just after T plus 8 minutes. And as a reminder, the MVAC engine on the second stage will be completing
Perfect.
4 separate burns today
Nominal orbit insertion.
before we deploy all
Not to my
spacecraft.
knowledge,
We
Flecken.
also just heard that call out for nominal.
We got a good call for nominal orbit insertion. Speed is 28,772 at 161. That's actually 28,774. Yeah, see, it launched due southwest. That's sun synchronous. Yeah, okay. SSO, but it's a higher SSO orbit, probably at 28,775 at 160. Let's see, is the speed going down? Oh, it got out of range from the ground tracking. I think the speed was going down. If the speed was going down, that means they're at the lowest point in the orbit, which means you're indicating a higher apogee. So sun-synchronous orbits generally are 500 to 550 kilometers at 97 degrees inclined. If that makes no sense to you, the orbit is a little bit egg-shaped right now, with the high point being where they need to go, and the low point being where the rocket is right now. You'd kind of do this intermediate kind of insertion just to make sure that everything is okay. You don't want to put it in its final orbit, right? Get the stage up there in its final orbit and have something go wrong. They do this as kind of a contingency. So it's going to go up to the altitude that it needs, and it'll level off, so to speak, at that altitude. It'll circularize up there. But in the meantime, you're in what's called a transfer orbit. That transfer orbit still has the lowest point low enough to where if something goes wrong, that the whole thing will burn up in the atmosphere. Hence that 160 kilometer apogee. That's really low. This is what's called a not stable orbit. The low point is still in the atmosphere, even at 160 kilometers. So if something does go wrong, the stage will just re-enter. It'll just keep skirting the atmosphere until it slows down enough to hit re-entry. The final orbit, though, that these things are going in are kind of above most of where the atmosphere is. The atmosphere doesn't just stop, right? It gradually falls off exponentially over time. Trace amounts of atmosphere were detected at the moon. Of Earth's atmosphere were detected at the moon during the Apollo missions. The atmosphere never technically stops. It just gets to the point where it's not really, it's a negligible amount of what's called orbital perturbations. Like it doesn't make that big of a difference anymore. Weird question. Could they make a tracking station out of an oil rig? Yeah, of course, Ramalot. It's been done. Heck, tracking station out of an oil rig. Here, check this out. One time, Boeing in Yuzhnoye from the Ukraine in the 90s, they didn't just make a tracking station out of an oil rig. They made an entire damn launch site out of an oil rig. Sea launch. The oil rig had a horizontal integration facility in it, and it has a flame trench and a launch pad on it. And then it worked with a sister ship called the Sea Launch Commander, which is behind it. And the Sea Launch Commander was your tracking and mission control. So you could just, sail the ship out there. Fun fact, the Sea Launch Commander, the ship that's behind the rig, actually has its own hangar inside of it. So you could take the oil rig and the commander, you go out to sea, carry 2 to 3 rockets, 2 to 3 Zenit rockets with payload, and then do a 3 or 4 month launch campaign launching 2 to 3 times. So yeah, have they made oil rigs into tracking stations? Yes, absolutely. They've made oil rigs into launch sites. Wouldn't be the first time. It's definitely been done. Did they call for a nominal orbit? Yep. How do they calculate the speed of the stages? What do you mean, Pezzo? The speed of the stage? Well, they have ground tracking stations that can basically measure it, but Falcon 9's onboard computers have what's called an inertial guidance system. They have something, albeit a little bit more aerospace-y, that's very similar to like if you have a smartphone, right? What happens if you have a smartphone and you go to turn it? Seeing there's me on camera, right? What happens if you have a smartphone, you go to turn it? See how the image is turning with me? That's because there's an accelerometer on board a phone, like a smartphone, right? And that accelerometer detects that you turned it 90 degrees relative to gravity. Spacecraft have very, 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 very super advanced versions of that called an inertial measuring unit, or an IMU for short. The IMU is measuring the acceleration of the vehicle. So long story short, if you told the vehicle the longitude and latitude of where it took off, where the launch site is, and then the IMUs were measuring acceleration and rotation relative to that point, right? The rocket can figure out how fast it's going. It can figure out where it is. You can figure out where it is so it can figure out where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, you get a deviation. And its variation, which is called error. That's how they know how fast it's going. But they do have ground tracking stations. Guys, the name of the game is redundant data streams. With a ground tracking station, you can also measure how fast it's going. Actually, you could use a visible light telescope and then use some calculus. So like if you have a telescope, and a telescope was powerful enough to see the thing coming up over the horizon and then going over and past you, you could figure out the angle change over time, right? So how much you had to tilt the telescope to track that object going past you, right? And you could figure out the change in degrees there, and you could figure out the speed and the direction from the satellite just from that. That's using calc. Do I know how to do that? No. Did I know how to do that at one point? Yes. Did I know how to do that at one point 20 years ago? Yes. Is it all Greek to me at this point? Well, Greek characters, but yes. Yeah, IMUs. Very similar to the accelerometer in your phone. Is it? Etimos. I mean, yeah, Greek characters, right? We're dealing with delta and theta and gamma, right? Those, what are those not Greek characters now? Etimos prosopahorsi. So right now, Pezzo, if you notice, right now, 28,775 at 160. It hasn't changed in 10 minutes, dude. Hasn't changed. That's because they don't have ground tracking data. But that doesn't mean the rocket doesn't understand where it's going, right? When they get a reacquisition of signal, you'll see these numbers update. But I'll keep you guys informed on what's going on with the Tracers mission. It's going to be a while before a lot of those satellites deploy. So, we're tagged in Kerbal. Let's get back into Kerbal. Now, we just discovered the Cove launch site. Not that I discovered it. I knew it was there. I just discovered it in my save. We have Wings Wednesday. We want to go fly? Couldn't they use Starlink for their telemetry? They could, but changing the antenna on a heritage system, Chiron, is about, I mean, it's about as difficult as changing the engines. Why change what works? Right? That's where they're at right now. Falcon 9, the Falcon 9 not using Starlink and using ground tracking stations in an IMU, that's fine until Starship replaces it. Starship uses Starlink. Falcon 9 wasn't designed with Starlink in mind because Starlink didn't exist when it was engineered. So they don't, re-engineering an antenna, I mean, Chiron, you know this, right? It was a good question to ask. Re-engineering an antenna is a really good idea. It's as crazy an idea as changing the fuel type for your rocket, or changing an engine, or changing a fairing shape. That's going to require the vehicle to go back into development. Falcon 9 that's not the point of Falcon 9 right now. Falcon 9 needs to run operational missions, so you'd be much less likely to change the antenna. Now, have we seen Falcon 9s retrofitted with Starlinks? Sure. The Starlink Placer on the not the Inspiration 4 mission, the Starlink Placer on Polaris Dawn and From 2 allowed Dragon to be able to work because retrofitting an extra antenna on the capsule is easier to do than the launch vehicle. Why? At the end of the day, the capsule is a payload, not the launch vehicle. Changing around the launch vehicle is a big deal. That's very different. That's like, say you have a 737, right? And you want to change the CFM 56s to GE90s. Now, I'll be honest, I have no idea how that would work, but it would require some redesign, don't you think? I don't think that would work, but you know, that's, you know, helps understand the argument. Now, if you have that same 737 and decide you didn't want to change the engines and you wanted to change the seating arrangement in the interior, which one would be easier to do? It'd be easier to change the seats around than it would to put new engines on it, right? Same idea. Using ground stations is called orbital determination. That's what it's called, Kai. Yeah. And you know what's cool, dude? If on other planets, if you're in a low enough, like if you're on Minmus and the thing is low enough to be able to be tracked, right? You can actually do orbital determination with robotics in KSP. I've seen someone do it. Yeah. An actual rocket scientist, I'm blanking on the guy's name, actually did orbital determination in KSP and figured it out. That's how I know what it is, because somebody did it in Kerbal. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Orbital determination in KSP. Yeah, dude. Jamie Logan, that's it.
Hey everyone.
Yeah. I'm not going to show you the whole video because I'd want you to go watch Jamie.
Recording the James Webb Space Telescope and the tracking and data relay satellites.
Long story short, he did it on Minmus, but here, look.
The target has come up over the horizon to the west of the tracking station. We don't actually need to precisely match our azimuth and elevation rates with the target. We just need it to pass through the center of the crosshairs in order to take a measurement. If I pause the game at the moment the crosshairs and vessel label are aligned, we can record the values we need to make up our observation set. We'll record the azimuth and elevation from the rotor and hinge part menus, and if we hover over the vessel label, we can record the distance to the target as well. For the time of observation, we can see the current universal time in the flight info panel of the debug menu, and we can record its value to an accuracy of 1/1000th of a second. We'll also use the flight info panel to obtain the longitude and latitude of our tracking station, since we'll need to know its location on Minmus in order to make use of our observations. Now that we've recorded all the information we need from our first observation, we can wait for the target to pass overhead and then perform a second observation as it's approaching the horizon to the east. As before, we'll align the vessel label in the center of the crosshairs and record the azimuth, elevation, distance, and universal time. At this point, we could wait for the target to complete another orbit and perform more observations, but we actually already have all the tracking data we need in order to perform our OD. This is because of how orbital motion is modeled in Kerbal Space Program.
And real life.
All orbital trajectories in the game are modeled as two-body Keplerian orbits.
Mm-hmm.
This means that the only force being considered when modeling an object's orbit is the point mass gravitational attraction between the orbiting object and the central body. Under this assumption, all orbital elements except the true anomaly are fixed, and the target's position and velocity can be directly computed at any point in time.
You understand all this? I understand all this. Keep up. Jeez.
The reverse is also true, in that a target's position and velocity at a known time can be used to compute the orbital elements. In our case, we don't have the target's position and velocity at a known time, but rather its position at two different times. This is known classically as Lambert's problem, and I'll present one way of solving it here. If we require that the orbit passes through 2 points in space, we can directly compute a family of trajectories which satisfies that condition.
Mm-hmm.
We'll parameterize these trajectories by this value I'm calling b, which is defined as the angle between the periapsis of the orbit and the position of the first observation. We can't compute the actual value of b directly, but we can compute what the time difference between the two observation points would be given an initial guess for b.
So basically what that means in plain English is that he took a plot point here and he took a plot point there, and he knows the difference in time that it took to get from here to here. What that means in plain English is that there's only so many types of orbits that this could be in if it was here at this time and here at that time, right? It's like if you observed a vehicle driving down a road and you saw, oh, it was going 60 miles an hour here, right? And you know that the vehicle's on cruise control, right? And you, a mile down the road, you measured it again, right? Still going 60 miles an hour, and it was doing it a minute later, right? You know for a fact that it was going 60 miles an hour, because if you're going 60 miles an hour, that's a mile a minute, right? Makes sense. But if you didn't know what its speed was, and you measured it here and measured it here, and it took a minute to go 1 mile, you know it's going 60 miles an hour. It's that, but with a car, it's easy, you know, assuming the car's on cruise control, right? It's a little bit easier to figure that out. Figuring out the planetary motion, right, is a little bit difficult. Now, he said it was Keplerian physics, which means the thing is only being perturbed by the planet that it's around. That's basically that's what Kerbal does. It's not being moved by anything else. It's only moved. Its trajectory is plotted based off of how fast it's going relative to the celestial body it's around. That is almost accurate to real life, but it's not exact. In real life, you have what's called orbital perturbations. Space is not a clear place. There's a lot of crap up there. That crap comes in the form of light, solar winds, which is kind of light, but it's kind of not. That's more radiation than anything. And atmospheric perturbations. So if you're orbiting around a planet with an atmosphere, if you're too low, the atmosphere will cause drag on your spacecraft and it'll pull you in. In Kerbal, you don't necessarily need to worry about that, especially around Minmus. He's using Minmus in this.
Thus, the known time difference between the two observation points is what we'll use to narrow down that family of trajectories to just one.
Is geostationary possible in KSP? 2863.3. 2,863 kilometers, 300 meters. Yes, it's possible. Absolutely.
Input our tracking station's location along with the two sets
There's
of
no native
observations
Lagrangian
into the
points,
OD
yeah.
algorithm, and we have our solution. The first column lists the orbital elements that we set for the target's trajectory, and the second column shows our OD solution. As you can see, all parameters have been estimated to within 0.5% of their actual values. So that's it. We've successfully determined the orbit of a spacecraft in Kerbal Space Program using nothing but stock parts, some math, and a little bit of help from the vessel label. Check out the script on Desmos to see a step-by-step breakdown of the algorithm, and try it out if you'd like.
Good stuff, dude. Yeah, it's cool that Kerbal you can do this kind of math. Like I said, Kerbal won't make you a rocket scientist, but you'll definitely understand how stuff flies around in space, that's for sure. Pretty cool, huh? Still no telemetry from the second stage. David, you're not gonna get... Where is it right now on the Tracers mission? It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You're not gonna get anything. SpaceX, I think, has a tracking station in Antarctica somewhere. It's a tracking station that they rent out time on, if I'm remembering correctly. Who knows? I'll keep you guys updated. 2020, what's up, man? It'll be a spicy memory that sticks with me for the rest of the night, but I gotta be able to laugh about it because moping around and feeling sorry about yourself, what's that gonna do? Too bad my skin didn't work as well as supersonic retro propulsion. Enjoy the stream. If I don't see you, I'm headed home. All right, man. See you, buddy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm watching 2 chats nowadays, 2020. I got YouTube and Twitch because we can have simulcasts. So, yeah, I got to back and forth a lot more. Here, let me get the tunage back on. And we'll roll. Rest up, dude. Yeah, I'll be here. Crazy Brandon, 24-month resub. 2 years of monthly. Thank you for all you do, being a great person. I hope all is well. All is great, dude. Yeah, everything's good. I got no complaints. Frickin' this plane, dude. This is the K90. I said that I would fly it. I don't know where we could fly it to. Is there anything else that we can discover that's relatively close here? K90's a monster. It's a long-range cargo plane. A long-range flying boat cargo plane. No, you want to go to Mahi Mahi. That might take a while with this thing, dude. Probably take about 45 to an hour if you want to go out there. Orbital physics is so interesting. It's awesome, dude. Now, if we go to Mai Mai, are we gonna land there? Because this plane could land there. But this is a lot of parts, dude. Let's go to the desert. Oh, well, there's a runway at the desert, but the desert is not something you. The desert is not something that needs to be discovered. Negative. I am a meat popsicle. Yeah. Do visit the smiley face. That's gonna get real boring real fast, guys. By Kerbener, that's about the same distance away. Jeff, you did 4 years volunteering at EAA from 2003 to 7 with the Aviation Explorers Camp, mostly marshalling aircraft out of their parking spot. That place is insane for that week. It's pretty cool, man. That's the whole reason why I wanted to do Wings Wednesday today, dudes. I need to do something with planes. I'll tell you what, we could go find Monolith 4. If you want. Monolith 4 I wouldn't be using the K90 for. You can launch from the desert to reduce travel time. Where, to Baikonur? Anything in the northeast corner? Well, there's the Glacier Lake launch site. Woomera we have unlocked. And you know what, dudes? We have Kerbal constructs. You know what would be cool? A mission mode style save where we're just exploring Kerbin, right? We got like helicopters and transport planes, and we discover all the launch sites, and then, like in career mode, we use Kerbal constructs to build out each site. That would be pretty sweet. And then we could build pads and stuff. Kerbal exploration. The Kerbal Exploration Initiative. Check Elon point-to-point thing is mentioned. I guess point to point's still on the menu. You know what? Hang on. Oh, we can't get at it from here. Hold up. Can we get to the Cove launch site from here? Yeah, alright. What happens when we do that? Kerbals and resources got to build roads and housing for such sites. Kralani, I'd do it. I would play a game like that. Do you have an F-35B? No. Hovering VTOL jets like a Harrier, the Yak 141, or the F-35 are difficult to make because I don't have bleed air RCS. That's what makes those planes drivable. Harrier, F-35. I'm amazed that thing didn't break. Those all have RCS on board, but the RCS is using bleed air from the jet engine. I wish they did more with like base building and stuff. Not much more, but yeah. Oh, nice, Matt. Yeah. Yeah, I know about that one, Grab Shark. Yeah. Okay, you guys wanted to see this thing fly. There's no guarantees I can get it off the ramp here, but let me just turn Kerbal down. There we go. All right, cool. Ready? Might be a little bit difficult getting this damn thing off the ramp. This is fine. I'm sure this will end very good. I'm sure this is really good for the tail of the plane. Especially when we put the weight of the plane on the tail here. Yeah, that totally didn't break like a bunch of things, for sure. Imagine Kerbals and resources with KSP integration, yeah. Well, the tail of the plane is broken, guys. We're not flying this thing. It won't fly. Straight off probably would have been better. Yeah, it's really tough to steer when your landing gear aren't touching the ground, Butter. That's kind of an issue. You know? You're not wrong. Time warping fixed it. Okay. Deploy the pontoons. For the hydrofoil. I'm not sure this is gonna work, dude. I think the modded water is making this a little bit choppy. This thing needs a lot of water. All right, send it. Let's go. That should be enough. Okay, the hydrofoils are working. We're too choppy. I'm having trouble getting this thing up to speed, guys. The hell are those? Stop. This used to be able to take off. It doesn't do it anymore. Damn plants. And this is what I mean. I had to put the hydrofoils on board because the fuselage is not hydrodynamic. This thing used to be able to take off. You could take off from here, but it doesn't really want to. We could try locking the hydrofoils out. Right? Let me try locking the foils out from here and then doing a heaviest part on both of those. Come on, baby. Come on, ski. If I fully deploy the front hydrofoils, we might be able to... We need to get up to 50, 60 meters a second and even to try and rotate this thing. Or else we just made a really nice boat. It's a long-range transport plane. I'm noticing some slight differential thrust from all the engines. That might have something to do with it. It could be the intake air, guys. Can you toggle the mod water? I'm not sure. There we go. So it looks like the differential thrust was throwing me off. For some reason, I think we might be out of intake air at higher speeds, but I definitely got it to go a little bit faster there. 575, 577, 578, 579. I got it to get up to 40. We can make this work. Just bring them back down just a little bit. The heck is causing that, dude? Damn water? My wing dipped. We dipped the wing in the water. Well, it's cool that I can do that. Stop it! Stop doing that! Man! Well, this doesn't work with the modded water, which means we might have to redo some things. The rotational speed increased, Brian, but that's not really what we want, dude. That's the problem. Here, let's punch it. Yeah, these choppy waves are killing me, dudes. Yeah, see, this is the problem. It's just, like, you can't get good rotation. And with the choppy waves, when the front of the plane goes into the ground, the back of the plane, or goes into the water, the back of the plane, you know, because it's porpoising, the back of the plane goes into the back of the water and it forces the nose back down. This is the problem. If we had a boat hull, this wouldn't happen as much. But I don't know how it was, I haven't really figured out how I'm going to do a cargo plane, how we would do a cargo plane like that. I mean, we could, but... And it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to where the waves are coming from. Like, I tried going to, you know, to the side there, right? We tried going at a different angle, like what you do with, like, a sailboat or something. Didn't work. Traces over Madagascar, telemetry is back. Yep. Look at more modern hydrofoil boats. No, not look at more modern No, that's not. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I give up. That's not gonna do it. SES2 is starting. Cool! Yeah, that's a shame that this doesn't work, though. This thing was a freaking lot of work, dude. So, like, you see how the back of these things, the tail, like, goes way up in the air? We'd have to do something like that. Like, see these things? These are the Martin Mars. If you look at the hull on the thing, it gets really narrow towards the back, and then the tail always goes way up out of the water. It's kind of what we need to do. Even if we looked at, like, kind of a more modern version, the Barriev 200. It does the same thing. With the hull, you need to be able to rotate. I needed to make the hull like this. My hull doesn't do that. Mine goes straight back. Like, once again, that's not something that we, it's not something that we couldn't do. It's just, yeah, I would need to redesign the back part of the plane, dudes. Yeah, it gives you ability to use the flaps to lift the nose. Yep. But yeah, that would mean that this thing would need to be very much redesigned. We could design it around that hull. Last. It'll work, you just need to extend the foils deeper in the water so you can clear more. Telling you, that's not... Here you go. There we go. We changed the angle. Oh, they're popping out. I don't want that. One back both. Oh, still don't like that. Good enough. Front and back. Stat deploy on the Tracers mission. Cool. Yeah, there's no room to extend it back here, Tessa, so we're not doing that. That one in, though. Yeah, I still doubt that this is going to work. But let's save it. I mean, that didn't work anyway, so mind modifying it. I'm bombing, dude. I really wanted that thing to work. So I also noticed some weird stuff happening with the engine throttles, like we didn't have enough intake air all of a sudden, which I don't know what would have changed to do that, but the step breaks water surface tension. This thing right there, yeah. Yeah, man. They're working on SAT deployment there. Yeah, we should redo that. We should fix that thing. I should redesign the hull. I've decided. I love the blended wing. The blended wing is awesome. That's such a cool design. All right. The thing about this is that if we were going to redo the K90, we would really need to. That's a big project. That's like a month. That's a month's worth of work. And that would be a month's worth of work if I was on my top game. Like if I was really dialed in. We're not dialed in. So we'll remember that, save that project. Can you take off from a runway? Of course it takes off from a runway. The whole point is that it's a long-range flying boat though, dude. And it just doesn't really want to do that. Check this out, more modern hydrofoils. I don't want a hydrofoil, dude. I get it. That's cool. Hydrofoils are neat, but Aqualex, just to make sure we're on the same page, you understand, like, I want to remove the hydrofoiling system because I think it's stupid, because the hydrofoiling system was retrofitted because I didn't make a plane hull that was hydrodynamically useful. It is a band-aid fix because I made the K90 and forgot that whole, test it on the water part. So we put the hydrofoils on there as a band-aid. I don't want hydrofoils. The hydrofoils are there to make it work because it didn't. If we redid it, I would want a flying. I would want something like not like an exactly a B200. B200s are cool, but we'd need something more like that. And then we would need to test it in KSP, to make sure that this jives correctly. Like, hydrofoils are just wet canards. Oh, you're not wrong. You're using hydrofoils to lift out of the water because the way KSP does drag will not allow you to do a flying boat hull. Oh, I disagree with that very much. I think we could figure it out. you see, every flying boat has that. We gotta, I think if we did something like this, we could fudge it enough to get KSP to figure it out. Hey, there's the Clipper. Yeah, baby. Dude, we could even do something like that. Well, if I'm understanding that correctly, that's for ground effect, so I don't know if we necessarily want to do that. But.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But we never did prove that flying boat hulls don't work. It just, I don't think I ever did that. We did prove that the K90 is not a good candidate for that. I'm not sure how we'd reincorporate a blended wing design in with something like that. I'm not sure how we would do that. A blended wing with this design would be a little bit strange. The reason why is because a blended wing usually favors a swept delta. See, blended wing aircraft have the wings at the back. This would be hard to get that right. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that I was right, though. If we made the hull right, I could... I might be able to do that. I think we could figure this out. We'd have to make the whole back tapered. It seems... Yeah, see, that we can't do that. Well, actually, I mean, I don't know. We could. That might be a little bit difficult. But if we had a majority of mass back here, actually, that would naturally want us to tilt, right? Am I thinking about this correctly? If we had a plane and a boat and a fish on the left side, we had a plane that looks like that, right? Obviously, we have that pivot point, right? The pivot point would need to be near the center of mass. Say that's our center of gravity right there, okay? Right? And then obviously our center of lift would need to be going through that. So the wings would be like right here. Like that. And then we had the cockpit way up at the front. Like that. And then we had the blend right there. And then we made the back would have to look like a duckbill. And then if we took the engines, right, and we pointed the engines kind of downward a little bit, right? Even if we mounted them right here and we had them pointed through the center of gravity, right? Or at least even below it just a little bit, right? You know, if we had the engine right here and the engine was slightly below, how are we going to keep the center of mass high there, though? Especially if it's a cargo plane, right? No, we don't want a rear blended wing like that. We still need that shape though. But the wing would, in the center of gravity, would have to be like up here somewhere. If that's the case, we would need a wing like in the center of the vehicle, right? We could still do the engines in the back like we did, right? And that gets our center of thrust pointed through our center of gravity. And then our cargo bay is going to have to be right there. It's going to have to be right under the center of gravity, which means we need a high COG. And then the cockpit obviously will be up here, right? Like, oh, you get the idea. We could do wet wings, Jordis, if we do it right. Getting the wing blend there is going to be a little bit difficult. And then, so, guys, the thing about the K90, I mean, and the K90 kind of follows this convention here. But here, look. The K90 is not just a plane that can fly everywhere, right? And this is why I had to go with a big, bulky old tail here, because watch, it does this. The tail goes up, right? And then when it gets on to land, it does this. It has a ramp. And then the cargo bay. How would we do that? The K90 is not just a plane that you fly around. It is a plane that can circumnavigate Kerbin with 18 tons of payload. You could fly all the way around Kerbin with 18 tons. And whatever you dock inside of the main cargo bay is inside of a fairing, and it's occluded. So you could drive a truck up in here, and you wouldn't have to worry about the truck being susceptible to aerodynamics because it's inside of a fairing. Load from the front, a lift cockpit maybe? You want some historical reference for some sort of thing like what you're trying to do? Check out the Sea Dart. Yeah, the Sea Dart is a good way of compressing someone's spine. But yeah. Yeah. Oh. It's cool. But yeah. And you just lose the tail cone. Well, if we made the tail cone start like right here, and we made it a little bit longer, or we matched, we'd take a hit on cargo capacity, right, or cargo space, right? But if we put it right here, and made the tail and the door, tail and the ramp like right there, that would put our pivot point of the tail right on the center of mass. And that would allow us to rotate the damn plane so we wouldn't need the damn hydrofoils. Because I already have that rear duckbill thing going on here. Okay, I got an idea. Let's get this version called the B Experimental. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm getting rid of all that. I'm just gonna get rid of the back fairing. I'm just curious to see what happens here. Alright, let's take this thing, right? And we won't need to worry about a frigging tail strike, right? We won't need to worry about the damn tail strike if we, don't have a tail. Let's, take this, and I'm just gonna put it on the runway. We'll take off, and we'll see what happens. You're thinking correctly when it comes to real life. The key thing about that step in the hull can be described as making the wake and the tail. Making the wake that the tail can sit without touching the water. But KSP doesn't model wake production, so you never get the water to stop interacting with the tail and all of it below the waterline bits. Yeah, but Oglix, if we attach enough wings to it, we won't have to worry about that in the first place. Picking up when I'm laying down, dude? I ideally would want my main fuselage fairing to end right here. Because this thing, the thing about it is that you do not need, there's a lot of wing. You don't need to be going too incredibly fast for it to take off. We got it to take off at 75. We got it to rotate and take off at 75 meters a second. That's not a lot. Of course it has landing gear doors. Why wouldn't it? Andrew, that's what you meant as an experiment. Oh, okay. I don't know what my design requirements were for the cargo bay, but I don't see any problems with shortening it, especially if that, you know, makes it work. If I could just get that fairing to end basically at the center of mass. Oh, COM is right there. Okay. Okay. Try to land it. I mean, the other thing is that this plane flies great. I think the fairing might still be a little too long, Andrew. Hold up. That's the other thing I very much do not want it to do, but... So no hydrofoils on this test this time. The wing's caught. Gonna need to raise the wing surface up a little bit. Not what I want. The tail was providing a lot of buoyancy, apparently, dude. Problem I'm having right now is that the fairings, the lack of buoyancy is making the wings hit the water, dudes. I mean, we could try to hydrofoil it now if you want. I'll bet you the hydrofoils work. Man, I can't believe we got this thing to work in the first place, dude. That's pretty damn impressive. Come on, get going. You gonna slap a cargo ramp on this? Well, I had one. I took it off because it was throwing off the buoyancy of the thing. Nope. Ah. Don't get old, kids. Ah, carpal tunnel just got my wrist. I tried to readjust and it hurt. Don't get old. Getting old sucks. Don't do that. I mean, if you can help it. Can't help it. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Alright. I saw what I needed to see. Too late. Too soon. Too soon, Junior. Here, let's... Yeah, there we go. Now we need some pontoon action. There we go. Nice. Probably won't work, but... I think you're missing a wing. Nah, I think I got it. I got enough. What do I not have enough? How's Tracers doing? Okay, doing good. Getting old is better than the alternative. Yeah, you ain't kidding. ME262 goodness. Nice. Alright, let's go. Get out in the water. Signal interruption on... Man, if we could... dude, I want to do another version of this one. Into the tub you go. Hey Matt, what's going on? What happened to the tail of the plane? I took it off. I'm testing something. This plane doesn't really work too well anymore, Baron, because the modded water is too choppy. I really wish it didn't do that, but whatever. There we go. Stop it! You piece of junk. No! No! Bad! Bad airplane. Oh. 38, 39, and wings and... There's no ground effect, which is not helping my case here, dudes. There's a config to set to disable the wave interaction. Please, for the love of God, man. Mention modded water causing issues. Which mod would be causing this behavior? I don't know, Dead Crew. I installed this mod 3 years ago. I have no idea. I don't know which one it is. It's a file in your mod folder. It's the scatterer mod that's doing it. Oh. I think the wing needs to be higher up, dudes, to be honest with you. Dude, seeing the wings dip in the water just makes me want to break them off. No, no, don't. Stop it. Stop! Is this thing doing anything? Maybe give it more aileron control. Maybe that'll do it. And perhaps more rudder control. Still a cool looking plane though. Oh, there we go. That's enough. That's enough. Hey! Oh, I did it. It rotated. See, now I'm wondering maybe we just needed more yaw control in the first place. Nice takeoff. Yeah, takeoff. I didn't do anything. I just sent it until it freaking finally did it. Interesting. All right, cool. This is the one that flew better after you took the bottom and made it the top. No, no, no. That was different. That was a different one. What's the service ceiling for this? Oh, rarest. This thing, the K90, 30,000 feet, which is a lot in KSP. That's a lot. That's a lot in KSP. See, now I'm wondering if that was just the problem in the first place. Give these things full authority control to work like the damn rudder. That might get it working. Let's see. SES4 stat. I think you have to add canards. It has hydrofoils on it. It's good enough. Thermal conditioning. Or is that bent down? 2743 at 604. Yeah, that was a bent down. Does the thermal conditioning also function as ullage? The vents are radial on both sides. It doesn't do anything, note. Yeah, that's the reason why they have two vents on either side. So when they vent it, it doesn't perturb the vehicle. It doesn't rotate it. Well, that view doesn't suck. And right when I full screened it, they switched the view. All right. It looks like a black bag, but it's obviously not. What is it? It's probably thermal insulation, zombie. Multi-layer insulated material, or MLI for short. That would be my guess. I don't know exactly what you saw. If you're talking about the thing that's on the engine, yeah, it's MLI. That's what it's called.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, G, Wings Wednesday in 2025? Yeah. Alright, so this version has the tail attached to it again. I'm wondering if the yaw control was just what was getting us, dudes. I don't know why I had the yaw control turned down, but we'll see. First tracers deploy. There it is. That's one of two satellites. There's another one right behind it. There it goes! Sweet. Okay, we're deploying the hydrofoils. Second tracer's at 140.41. Another 4 minutes. Not exactly what I'm wanting. This looks promising. Oh, no, 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 no. It does kind of end up looking like the chronoplan, doesn't it? But it's not designed to chronoplan, it's designed to go a little bit further than that. I love going in circles. Come on, baby. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. Why does it go back to the other side? That's so stupid. This is not how buoyancy works, game. Wait. We already knew that. Second tracers deploy. Would angling the wing extensions up 10-20 degrees help with the wing dip? I don't know, dude. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of a rabbit hole. It's really... Oh, there's tracers 1. Are the waves just visual? No, Admiral, that's what's killing me. I had... Oh, there it goes. I had this thing working before, but it doesn't work now. I wanted to go explore Kerbal and stuff, but wanted to go explore Kerbin, but that ain't happening. Not with this plane. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Gonna make it. Oh, it did it. It did it. What's our heading? 063. Did it that time. Oddly enough. Maybe the waves are going in a direction and you just have to find the right direction. Because it definitely worked that time. If you have a U2, you should have the range. That, well, yeah, Mike, but that, I have okay. I have planes that have the range, dude. Absolutely. I have plenty of planes that can fly all the way around. This can fly in land, though. Because it can land in the water. That's why I don't have a lot of yaw. The yaw doesn't jive well with the SA. Oh my god. Okay. Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle. This is why I limited yaw control, guys. Bakangle. 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 LID payloads. Dude, what are the, look at those views. I use the undo button in KSP, don't be mad. I'm not mad. That's only hurting you. You see, me not using the undo button, I'm gonna be fine. I have 20 kookaroos. 20 kookaroos. How many kookaroos you got, Enzo? You got nothing. Okay? That's only hurting you, not me. I got 20 kookaroos. How many kookaroos you got? You don't got nothing. You got no kookaroos. You ever launch a rocket to orbit after dropping it from a plane? Of course. Problem is, Hurtful, that's really, you can do it, but it's really difficult to do it with the right trajectory. So you can launch it, right? But what happens is that if your plane that launched it, before the rocket gets up into space, if the plane goes below 25 kilometers, it's gonna, the game will eat it. It'll think it's debris. So you have to find a trajectory that launches the first stage, gets the first stage high enough up in the air to where you could switch the plane back, land the plane, switch back to the rocket, and then circularize the rocket. It's doable. It's just a difficult thing to do. I find it's much easier to just boost back and land. Like, do something like Falcon 9. It's much easier to just do that. Oh, what about a barrel roll? No. I don't like barrel rolls. I just like spinning. Spinning is a good trick. Or listing lazily to the left. That also works too. Don't bounce. Not after I just did that landing. Jeez. Like the ground effect or something. Which doesn't exist in KSP, interestingly enough. So are we gonna stop or? Did they get it? They did all the missions. There you go.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We'll do a 757 and first thrust. I'm not sure, Uncle X. I don't know. Clearly, I mean, I got this thing to work, but... I mean, BFF, if you're still out there, dude, the more I'm thinking... The more I think about this, the more a nose opening thing would probably be a better idea. That way we could worry about making the hull more hydrodynamic. Didn't know a plane could go backwards. I have thrust reversers here. Some planes can do it. A 757 can do it. It's because it's got RB211s. RB211s attached to it, which is like putting an F-22 engine on a 737, but, you know. Good enough. Okay. Shall we? Shall we try? Yeah, that's part of it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't you ever talk to me or my kid again. Tail raised to accept cargo. Oh, that's not the half. That's only the half of it. Dude, Titan missiles are cool. I know, Graham. I hugged one. Yes. Oh, I know. There's a reason why my dog's name is Titan. Don't worry, guys. It has a slow setting. It has a slow setting, just in case you got bored. When you use a reusable booster, how do you fly the booster back while still controlling on orbit? You want me to show you? I'll show you. Oh, I attached way more docking ports for that thing than I really thought I did. It's fine. Oh, that's cool footage, Elfish. Is it this cool though? This is what I designed this plane to do. Not only can I fly anywhere in Kerbal, you can fly anywhere. You land anywhere near the water, you can roll up on the shore, and then you could just roll equipment in and out of it, dude. Anything that you can drive in here that you can attach to these docking ports will be occluded. That's what makes this plane so cool, and that's why I was bumming. That's why I was bumming when it didn't take off. Because I was like, oh, come on. Don't do this to me. I put so much time into making this thing work. Pretty cool, huh? What's your favorite color? Forest, desert, table, or evening at the Improv? I don't understand that question, but all right. Yes? And here comes the inevitable. I can make this better. I know I can make this thing better. But the only reason I can make this thing better is because I built this. And I figured out what I really wanted. It needs a nose that can be raised. Yeah. How would we do that with the fairing fuselage, Havocs? The fairing fuselage needs a base plate, dude. How would we do that? When you say better is the opposite of good? Well, yeah, of course. This plane works. You guys gotta remember, I just took this thing off, landed it in the water, and then eventually we took off out of the water, we came back, and now we have a cargo ramp deployed on the tarmac here. You're the KSP wizard, not me. Well, I'm telling you, that's not really gonna work. The only way we could do it is if we had a payload bay. If we were using Mark III payload bays. That's the only way I could really get that to work right. In which case, where our payload capacity is severely constricted in size because it has to fit inside of a Mark II payload bay. Or Mark III payload bay. What support vehicles would you take around with me? Oh, Andrew, I have a whole set of trucks that are based off of the highly expandable mobile tactical truck from the Army, or the HEMET for short. I have a whole set of vehicles that for like ground logistics and stuff in GSE and whatnot. They're called I call them the K200s. This plane could be, yeah, dude. Havocs, we probably could have moved Imahara around with this thing, dude. I don't know about Dart, though. That took so long to get that freaking right, man. Dude, we worked on this plane for months. I think the original K90 is probably a 2 to 3 month build. I remember I built the K-78 and then I noticed it flew badly because I was trying to get the blended wing figured out, and there was a scenario where you went to land. The K-78 was kind of a predecessor to this plane, and there was a scenario where if you landed it, when you tried to go into land, if you tried to do an approach, right? You tried to do an approach like a regular airplane, you know, with the flaps and everything, right? I didn't have the wings configured correctly, and it would just nose into the ground and explode. Did you use any jigs for this, or was this Collins? I did not use any jigs for this. This was all done by hand. The panel tessellator. Yep, that's still pretty cool. All right, well, that's the K90. An AN-225 nose, but airdrops would be exciting. Yeah, guys, I can only do one or the other. I can't make the front and the back open. Just because, I mean, we could. It would just be, I don't have, I don't have a fuselage that could do it. We'd have to have the fairing plate somewhere. Do KSP aerodynamics take into account occlusion? With that plane, yeah. Yeah, all systems, whatever I put in that fuselage is going to get occluded, dude. Yeah. It will occlude the aerodynamics, and it will apply the mass of those parts to the fairing and adjust the aerodynamics accordingly. That is confirmed, tested. I know that works. I'm not sure if we can airdrop out of this. Airdropping out of this doesn't really work the best all the time. Yeah, Leo, this is a big one. It's not the biggest plane that I've made, but it's one of the biggest. We saw that yesterday, Nova. I showed it for the little baby space news that we did. I'll show you the biggest plane we've made. It's down here. It is Wings Wednesday, so this is the biggest plane that we've made. It's going to take a second to load. It's 1,200 parts. Or 1,283 if I'm looking at that right. That's the biggest plane we've made. What, you gonna do the RTLS? Sure. Yeah, she's got some girth to her. Guys, she got some freaking girth to it. I spent an entire summer. We spent summer of 2023 trying to get this thing working. It does work. Ish. This one has an opening nose, but the nose doesn't open up. It opens to the side. This takes 45 minutes to get to orbit, if it gets that far. Yeah. Usually it just gets off the runway and then blows up. I never got this thing to space. We got close. Launch it? Well, some folks wanted to see how to do the RTLS. Nader, you wanted to see that, right? All right, I'll show you. I'll show you how to do it. I'll show you with MLV. Okay, we'll take a quick detour from Wings Wednesday. Quick detour. Next. There we go. All right, watch this. Here. We'll use MLV. MLV is kind of my Kerblified Falcon 9. Let me just make sure I got the AGs remembered. 4 is the sequencer for separation. 9 is the sequencer for leg deploy. 0 is engaging the servo lock. Cool. All right. Okay, watch. This is MLV. It's not Falcon 9, but it works exactly like it. Ten jet engines as opposed to 4. Fuel goes fast. Well, that bigger plane is designed to go a lot faster, Uncle Gan. That's actually an SSTO. Does it SSTO? Close. Close. I almost got it working. Kerbal Drag does not like it. Oops. Yeah, yeah, I really didn't want to launch from here, but also, I mean, we're here, so. It'll be easier for me to do the RTLS if we launch from KSC. I want the challenge, but not right now. Boo this man. Shut up, nuclear. Quiet. Herbal's starting to buzz. We're only at 10 gigs. It's fine. All right, here we go. All right, let's see if I remember how to do this. I'm not really taking game recommendations right now, Tigu. You can say the game if you want, but I have no guarantees that I'll play it. Okay. Nader, you watching? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mission. And we got a liftoff. Roll program. Okay, pitching over. Throttling the engines back for maximum dynamic pressure. Well, someone asked, Hired. But also... I don't remember if we have to throttle the engines on this one. I don't think we do. That dynamic pressure is absurdly low. It's just power out. There we go. There's max Q. All right, so let's pitch the thing over. Now we need to get to the right staging velocity, and Nader, this is important. You got to get to the right apogee, right? It's important that the first stage and my staging with the staging velocity and everything gets close to 70. I'll tell you why in a moment. Okay, stand by for Miko. Okay, we're close. Shut it off. Stage separation. Pushing system. Upper stage engine is primed. We got a good upper stage ignition. Okay. Now, all right, watch. My upper stage, we're gonna ghost ride it, okay? Ghost ride the stage. So I'm going to switch back to the first stage, turn on its attitude control systems, okay? And we're gonna I'm gonna turn the thrust limiter on 4 out of the 7 motors, right? And we are going to do a boost back here. Make sure your boost back goes above 70. Turn it around, heading 270, light those engines. 270, 45 degrees angle of attack relative to the horizon, okay? Watch. We're up above 70. Once you go above 70, change your angle of attack to the horizon. Try to stay at 270 as best you can, okay? Now, once again, do not boost back all the way to KSC. Don't do that. You don't need to. Once your trajectory gets right here, so that's where we're going, right? Once it gets right there, basically stop. Pull up and down. Now, turn your stage back over. We might not have enough fuel to do this. I never got this thing fully dialed in, but all right, flip this thing upright. I turn on my control surfaces there. All right. Now, we're above 70. You can switch. So switch back to your second stage. Switch back to the second stage right now. And your first stage is going to coast for a little while. But it's above 70. All right. So now you have all the time in the world. Your first stage needs to go below. If it goes below 25 kilometers before you circularize, it'll eat it. Right? Now watch. Fairing separation. Good fairing separation. Very nice. Let's dial in the trajectory here. Hey, Everest. Tracers is free flying. That was a good launch. Yeah, that RTLS was really good, man. So see, my first stage is just coasting. We don't even worry about doing nothing there. Can't you automate most of that? I don't know how you're gonna automate the game switching vehicles. I'm sure it could be done. Okay. I'm gonna stop just short of circularization because I don't want debris clogging up this save. Okay, so 97 by 7. 5 or 6, actually probably like 30 more meters a second. We're circular at 100. Perfect. Okay. Second stage, on orbit. Just let it do its thing. Now we switch back to the first stage. Watch. How is static ambient pressure measured? Static pressure is just what would be going on if the thing wasn't moving. If you were just at that altitude, stationary. Okay. Now, Nader, here's some... This is something you're going to need to pay attention to, dude. First thing you got to do, switch to surface mode. Now, if you look at this, you have your retrograde indicator. And then you need a target down there. Set anything. It could be whatever. I'm using the launch clamp as my target. Now, the anti-target indicator has a vertical hash mark. The anti-target indicator has a dot, 2 hashes out here, and then a hash vertical, right? Now, if you notice, the vertical hash mark on my retrograde is not lined up with the vertical hash mark, right? It's not lined up with the vertical hash mark of the target. So what does that mean? That means I'm... Judging by this, we're going this way. Remember, the nav ball's backwards, so if the retrograde indicator's a little bit to the right, because my probe core is facing that way, right? That means we're going south. We're heading a little bit due south. So that means if we just let it fly, it's going to land over there. Now, that is easily fixed. That's easily fixed with the grid fins, or my control surfaces. We can fly through that. That ain't no problem. So that's what we'll do. I'm kind of worried about fuel. I might not have enough fuel here. But, you know, just to show you, I'll put... I mean, I don't want to put infinite on, but if it gets to that point, I'll pause it. So, you gotta... This gets a little tricky, because we're flying backwards. So, if you want to fly and change your retrograde indicator... So first of all, we're going to add some pitch to this bad boy. Actually, you don't want to do that right now. I set it backwards. I read my nav ball backwards because I have this via muscle memory. But setting this to surface is a really, really big thing that you got to do. Coming in a little short. It said we were heading due south, so we were actually heading due north because the nav ball's backwards. Keep an eye on your anti-target and nav ball. That's important. Because you could steer this bad boy in. Okay. So it's pretty clear at this point, right? It's pretty clear that we're going to get back to KSC. So, here's the next thing that you do. And normally I would make this, I would be relative to the horizon. It's a little bit easier to control. But see, look, my retrograde marker and my anti-target marker are lined up. I'm headed, dude, I'm going to land somewhere in here. If we do nothing, we're landing right there. Somewhere, right? So, what I like to do is pitch the vehicle over. You pitch the vehicle over, and you have to do this while keeping these coplanar, right? You have to get them up here. You have to get your retrograde indicator and your target marker up there at the same time. That means you're over the target. Well, it's more about getting the anti-target over the top, because that means you're over it, and then you can turn down. So you got to get over the landing site first, and then come down and land. So I'm going to realign here. Try to realign relative to the horizon here. Steer this bad boy in. And once, well, we're close, but I gotta start burning. I didn't do that exactly right. I had to increase the thrust there because I burned a little bit too late. But had just barely enough fuel, dude. That was barely enough. Yep. But we did get it. I started my burn just a little bit too late, and I'm a little bit rusty. But dude, there was a time I could punch the booster right back onto the pad easily. And see, we got Falcon 9 style landing legs. Isn't that neat? Do you have the program that makes that stuff do everything by itself? I have KRPC. I could write code to do it, but I don't know how to write code, so. I thought you were going to land on the water tower. It was close.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Rust eased it.
Rust ease it. It didn't do the manual lockout on this, which kind of is annoying, but... There we go. There we go. The locking collets went into position that time. Love you throttled at the end, kind of unloaded the landing legs. Yeah, the landing legs are supposed to have locking collets that hold them in place. Well, quote-unquote locking collets. You need to be able to lock out the hydraulics. If I had started the burn at the right time, guys, I would have, you know, ideally you deploy the landing legs while you're decelerating, and that forces them into the down position, and then you can lock it. SpaceX does that with their landing legs on Falcon 9 with what's called a locking collet. Basically, the landing legs have to be like stretched downward, and only then a pin goes into a slot, or it's called a collet. It's like a tapered bolt that slides down a shaft and gets stuck like this. And that's what the locking collet is, what holds the landing leg open. Now, I don't have a locking collet in this game, but locking out the hydraulics basically works synonymous in function. It's the same idea. Now, if you notice, fairing interstage, pusher mechanism, guide rods, docking port with a decoupler. We could make a pad for this thing. I could make a TE for it. And if we made a TE and we had the right equipment to pick this thing up off the ground, hold the landing legs back up, relock them into position, right? We could reuse this booster. Yeah, that makes good sense. Thank you for the demo. I've been staying clear of reusable boosters because I don't know how you would fly both crap. You don't. One at a time. Ghost ride the whip. Ah, tired. NSF hyperlinks always. It's just... That's hyperlink gore. Use the link shortener. I can't... Trying to select the whole link without selecting your name. What do you want me to see here? Not a strong back shadow mask, but I've used them to move around one of my bridge cranes. That's the key you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, more or less, yeah. But yeah, Nader, that's how you do it. But these landing legs all use hybrid tech. They should be able to be reused. In fact, unlocking these, if I hit 9... Where the heck is the cow? Oh, there it is. All right. Reverse. Boop. Hello? Well, that's what it should do, but you get the idea.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Falcon 9 in real life has a processing stool. They pick it up with a crane and they place it on a stool, and then they fold the legs up. Kyron, gifted a sub to Uncle Bill. And Kyron, thank you for the 50, man. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Why don't you do a YouTube series of career playthrough vanilla? That takes a lot of time in editing, Jantis. That's pretty much the big reason. How can I spend 8 hours a day editing and cutting down and shooting a YouTube video and 8 hours a day streaming? You know? I mean, with that being said, these VODs are all on YouTube, like... Just take my dirty Canadian money. Alright, whatever. You pay someone. Oh, okay. Freaking Canberra. Big Poop, my Twitch mods they do a lot of work. And I do not pay them for it. And they volunteer their time, and they've been doing that for a long time. It would be very uncool of me to ask them to do more. Matters like them, me, I don't do anything. Oh, that sucks, thousands. Show off the SCA. I don't think I have it loaded. Can you carry a shuttle with it? Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I used this 747 back in the day to do this. Don't worry about that one. Not only did we make a 747, but I made a 747 and a shuttle. Well, I had my shuttle, and then I made the mate-demate device. This was before robotics were in the game, dudes. Probably do it better with robotics nowadays. But yeah, there it is with the shuttle paraphernalia attached to it. Also, this 747 has 4 GE90s attached to it. Because reasons. And then, yeah, I would pick the shuttles up, and we could place them on the 7.4. Can you launch the shuttle off the plane? My shuttles, no.
Discovery,
You
go
can't.
and throttle up.
There's no external tank. The shuttle engines don't work without the external tank. On my shuttle and in real life, too. Don't ask about that one either. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that one either. Squish, 85-month resub. Thanks, man. That's the old shuttle. That's the Mark IV. Not with that attitude, you can't. Well, that's not... What are you talking about? Are you talking about, Frank M, are you talking about launching one off like into space, or are we talking about launching one off the back? Because I didn't build the mate-demate device for nothing. That wasn't just to do it just to see if we could do it. Are you talking about that? Because I can make it detach and then do an approach and landing test exactly like what they did in real life, because... Hey, Diabetic Kid, $10 super chat. Thanks, man. I did that. We jettisoned my orbiter to test it. And then we did an approach and landing test with it, and I landed the 747 back. And then I took the shuttle on the mate-demate device and put it on its transporter. Just turn the 747 into a storage tank with wings. You should do that in your Kerbal save, dude. Did the mate-demate device violate terms of service? Is it time for space news yet? Is it time for space news? Envy, we have Assetto Corsa for Friday Night Racing. Oh, hold on. Let me see what we're racing. I told Max to... Oh, Formula 3's at Spa. That's right. Yes. That's what we got. Love to join, but I'm out of town. Well, don't be. Maybe we finish Wings Wednesday with this. The orbiter has hypergulls for ohms and RCS on board, if I remember right. Yep. You turn a 747 engine into a helicopter, and you're telling me you can't make the shuttle broom off the space in the back corner. Of course I can. Of course I can do that, friend count. You can't do that. You can't do it and get your 747 back. It's an engine limitation. But you know, you're not listening to me. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is warranted. This is what we want. Why are you doing that? Huh. Yeah. This is not really what this thing is supposed to do, dudes. I'm not gonna lie. How is it doing that with... You know what? I decided just now that that is what this thing is supposed to do. What did we lose? A holding tank. Ah, we just need that for balance. It ain't no problem. You know, something tells me we never got this thing completely dialed in. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna try to take off anyway. Oh, dude, it still works. Alright. Yeah, the bearing is broken. So, you know, that's good. SAS will fix it, right? So, you know, I'm wondering why that thing freaked out all of a sudden. Hey, Dust Addict, what's up? Tuning in from work. Right on. Why did this freak out? What happened here? Why are you so upset? Why you have to be mad? Giant grandparent strut, dude. It's on the game. Why you have to be mad? Nice, Roadrunners. So, I don't know if you guys could tell, but what happened a second ago was not what it was supposed to do. I don't know. I know it's kind of hard to tell. What is that thing? Well, if I could get it to work, I would show you, but it... Alright, is that good? Oh. Okay, so we'll just keep that like that, right? So obviously the engine can work, right? The engine can work like a regular airplane. You know, it can give you forward thrust. But if you take the engine and you put it into thrust reverser, the thrust reversers will start pushing. It'll start driving those propeller blades right there. See that? Then, there we go. And then if you get the damn thing spinning fast enough, it can take off like a helicopter. If the tail rotor decides to work. Yeah. Tail rotor is being a big piece of doo-doo. But yeah, that uses one engine. It has one engine. My forward thrust, the same thing that gives us forward thrust in this design, can also drive the helicopter blade. This was testing a concept for it was testing a concept for a long-range plane. For a long-range plane that we were working on, that what we could do is we could have the plane, right? You could have the plane just operate like a regular airplane, right? And then if you put a duct in the wings, and instead of a helicopter blade, you had a ducted fan, right? That ducted fan could produce lift. So you could have something that flies around like a regular airplane, and then if you hit the thrust reversers on your forward thrust engines, right, and you have a ducted fan in the wing, and that ducted fan, say, is on a gimbal or something, or some kind of tiltable controller, right, you can you could basically you could take any plane and make it fly around like a drone. Basically, you could switch from forward thrust, and then it could just hover around like a helicopter. Once again, this is all done in pursuit of trying to make a plane that can go anywhere in KSP and set down stuff pretty much anywhere you want. Kind of like a Harrier, yeah, kind of. We can't use ducted thrust in this game, unfortunately. Never built a Harrier in KSP. Is it possible? Never done it. I've seen people do it. You can't build it the way that a Pegasus engine works. However, Nader, I've seen people take Juno engines. They take 4 Juno engines, and they put the Juno engines where the ducts are and use that to replicate the jump jet capability. That does work. It works. It works okay. Now, with all that being said, you still don't have RCS. That's why I don't build VTOLs in this game. You don't, I need intake air. We need bleed air RCS. We don't have that. That makes it very difficult to fly it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that thing was doing that, but it's all good. But yeah, this would make it so I could have a Goliath, which is a bypass turbofan. It could drive the bypass turbofan, or with thrust reverse capability, you could get it to drive another bypass ducted fan. Which is pretty cool. Wait, the Harrier uses bleed air as RCS? I didn't know that. Oh, Pop, you, dude. BAE was cooking when they made that damn thing, dude. It has one engine. The Harrier has one engine. One motor. The Pegasus engine, dude. I could talk about the Harrier all day. So the Pegasus is a bypass turbofan. It's a bypass turbofan similar to the one you'd find on a commercial airplane like a 737 or an A320. It's got some modifications done to it. The engineers at well, it's not BAE, it's Hawker. Hawker Siddeley has invented the Harrier, if I'm remembering right. They came up with this crazy idea. So a turbojet with a ducted fan at the front, right? If you get not a high bypass, I said it was a high bypass, it's not a high bypass, it's a mid bypass fan. So this has a jet engine, right? And the jet engine is driving the ducted fan. The jet engine still makes thrust, right? And the fan makes thrust. They make about the same. So it's a mid bypass. It's not a high bypass, not a low bypass, right? This is a mid bypass fan, okay? So the ducted fan makes a lot of thrust, and then the jet engine makes a lot of thrust as well. Here's the thing. The bypass fan feeds the front ducts on a Harrier. The jet engine feeds the rear. Because the bypass being up at the front of the jet engine gives you a place up at the front of the motor that makes thrust. So if you put this in a Harrier, right, you can get thrust in front and behind your center of mass if you balance it correctly. See? The bypass feeds the front duct and the jet feeds the rear. And then you put little swivelable nozzles on these things, boom, you got a Harrier. The Harrier can take off. One engine. And then there's a bleed air system that's attached to it. If you look at any Harrier, I mean, it could be the AV-8B. The AV-8B is what the Marines use, which is all derived from the same thing. If you look at the Harrier, if you look at the tail, see that right there? A stinger. There's a stinger right there, like on the space shuttle. You have, right there is a valve for your bleed air. There's one left and right, there's one up and down. Simultaneously, there's one on the top of your wing on either side. And then if you go look at the nose of one of these things, there's another setup there. The Harrier uses RCS. Yeah. So, what's the bleed air in this circumstance? What does that mean? So, this thing, obviously, in the duct, right? In the ducts, it's pressurized, right? Because you're forcing air through those ducts. There's a little intake inside behind the fan here that feeds into a pneumatic reservoir. So the part of the turbine, I don't know if it's driven off the bypass. It doesn't matter. It could be pulled out of the combustor. In fact, I would do that post compression. So that might be where it is. Anyway, right here is where you'd pick up from your bleed air from. Somebody probably knows this better than I do. But it picks up the bleed air and it pressurizes it. Puts it into a pressurized tank, so you have a pneumatic system. Somebody could make this in Kerbal. I mean, in fact, like maybe if I take the time, I'll freaking do it. Because you could do this in KSP. You could make RCS, right? And you can make the RCS driven off of intake air. Intake air is a quantifiable thing in KSP. You have to have a certain amount of intake air. We could have it so intake air, when a jet engine is on, you could basically place a pneumatic tank, right? And it could have air pressure in the tank, and the air pressure is driven off intake air, and then the RCS is driven off of that. Hey, Vulcan, 67-month resub. Do you know why they're called Stingers? Because they look like a stinger. Have you seen a guy who built a working RC version? No, but that's super cool. It also uses a lot of fresh water. Well, so do I, but, you know, that doesn't make it bad. Harriers are freaking genius. Like, and I know what people are going to say. You're going to look at a Pegasus and be like, well, dude, that's complicated, man. Now look at all this. You have all this stuff. You have all this. Isn't that a complicated thing to make? Well, yeah, of course. You want to see how other planes do it? Let me show you how the F-35B does that. Yeah, here we go. This will work. The F-35B. The F-35B takes off with a single engine, but that's what it looks like. That's the F-135. It's the same idea, right? You have your turbojet engine, right? You have bleed air for your RCS. Same idea. The bleed air is after the compressor. This thing works similar to a high bypass turbofan, right? It works similar to the Pegasus, but they took the ducted fan and didn't attach it to the front of the engine. They took the ducted fan, rotated it 90 degrees, and made a torque tube coming out the front, like a Corvette almost. So this engine does drive power, right? But it also makes shaft horsepower, like a turbo shaft. So it produces this engine, half of its total thrust output is used to turn that, and half of it isn't. So there's a drive shaft that comes out the front of the engine, goes to a gearbox, and then goes to a vertically mounted ducted fan. We saw this in action at EAA yesterday. They took the bypass fan, instead of having it just right here, they took it and they put it on a drive shaft, turned it 90 degrees upward, and mounted it in the front of the plane behind the pilot. Break soon? Oh, yeah. 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 That's why making an F-35 or a Harrier is difficult in KSP. You can fake it, don't get me wrong. People have done it. It's totally doable. But making that nozzle do that? Fat chance. Fat chance getting that to work in KSP without making a modded part. You could do it. I'm sure somebody has figured it out. But yeah, I think personally Harriers are a much more elegantly simple solution. Considering the Pegasus is more or less an off-the-shelf motor. Like, this is not anything too fancy. These are just parts that were from other jet engines that they kind of kit bashed together to make a Pegasus. So it had a lot of off-the-shelf components, which is, once again, that's another reason why the Harrier is so damn successful. How's your back? Sungnor, I'm good, man. I bet BPS can make a functioning RC Harrier jet with solid rocket motors. Yeah. Any update on the car build? I haven't really done much work since yesterday. I did take the trunk pan out, though. But yeah, no, not much. I was gonna work on it today, Sungnor, but honestly, the weather, they said it was going to be too hot. It's not hot at all, which just pisses me off because we could have made some good progress today, but it's all right. Joe, you got Harriers into my home airport every once in a while on practice flights to refuel en route to the mountains. The Bulldogs are the last squadron active with Harriers still going. Cool. Wings Wednesday was fun. Yeah. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like doing in KSP. I like really kind of pushing it to its limits. See, I'm taking a design cue here from the Harrier, you know, like Harrier uses one engine to hover. We could fake that in KSP in a different way though. So do a car stream after break. We are. But it's my summer car. Not like regular car, summer car. Harriers are genius, dude. And look, man, you know, like I'm flag waving, red blooded American just as much as the next guy, right? But dude, some stuff just has to be acknowledged. The English invented it, and damn, did they do a good job. That is an amazing piece of equipment, dude. Seriously, it's so well thought out. Like, it's actually kind of scary how well thought out that thing actually is. It was the guys that made that were doing something. They had their tea and crumpets, let me put it that way. Nuclear just got back into KSP. The Delta V readings are completely off. I feel like I'm forgetting something easy to fix. Where's your root part? Like, You launched MSC on Linux and your PC overheated. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Let's take a quick break for space news. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. If you guys want me to do more like build more like Kerbal exploration planes and stuff, I wouldn't mind doing that. That's another fun thing to kind of jump into. What I really want to do as we get back into playing more KSP and stuff is just, I don't want to do mission mode. I'm not ready for that kind of stress. Yes, it is stressful, and you're gonna get stressed out by a video. It's my job. So yeah, I don't know. Judge me how you see fit. I want to build up my building skills again. I want to do complicated projects, just fun one-off complicated projects like the Apollo Saturn vehicle that we're working on. That is a tough one. You know, making a long-range like ducted fan hovercraft VTOL airplane that can do what a U-2 and a Harrier can do, like combined into one vehicle. That would be cool to do. I would like to do something like that in the future. Don't know if you saw because you were focused on the rocket. AV assembly. Avia assembly. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Maybe work on the chopstick tower again. The chopstick tower is not really usable for much other things. I would rather work on cranes and stuff, like if we were going to do that, if you really want my honest opinion. DHR Canyons OG mission. Dude, yeah, it's tough, man. So I kind of want to take it step by step as we're getting back into it. Just have some fun. Let's build some cool stuff. Starting with the Saturn rocket and post-Apollo Saturn rocket, and then maybe we build another big plane. Maybe we figure out how to do a seaplane that seaplanes correctly. You know, maybe we'll figure it out. I don't know. You know, maybe we'll get back into boats and start making boats again and stuff. That was fun. I really enjoyed that stuff back in the day. It's a good time. Anyway, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I'm going to jog the VOD. We'll get into space news and we'll go from there. How much do we have? Might do another short space news and then we're on to my summer car. Okay? I'll see you guys in about 20. I'll be right back.